And sometime I'm gonna build a little home for two, three or four or more in love land for me and my gal.
for me. When you explode over me. 'Cause your timing's right. I know I'm losing my mind. When you explode over me. I know I'm losing my mind. You push the button for me. Push the button for me. 'Cause your timing's right. 'Cause your timing's right. When you explode over me. When you explode over me. I know I'm losing my mind. I know I'm losing my mind. And the sparks never fade away. I want it all again. And we taste like the sweetest sin. I'll drink you in again. And the sparks never fade away. I want it all again. And we taste like the sweetest sin. I'll drink you in again.
listening to iGaming Radio, the first online radio dedicated exclusively to the B2B sector of the online gambling industry.
Again, I'm alone in my hotel room, writing a song that's all about you. I'm on tour and you're with somebody else. He makes you laugh and he hurts. I got a show every night and I'm missing you. I need some love, but I know it won't come from you. Stuck in the past, but you're on to something new, something new. Would you still be here if I asked to be near me? Would you still lead me when I'm lost, lost, lost in the nighttime? I got some words, but I can get them out. Tried to call, cause I can figure it out. Was it my fault or why did all of it end? I'm too afraid to write and send. I got a show every night and I'm missing you. I need some love, but I know it won't come from you. Stuck in the past, but you're on to something new, something new. Would you still be here if I asked to be near me? Would you still lead me when I'm lost, lost, lost in the nighttime? Time.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all. Hi, Andrews. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. So we are here at the fourth, or is it the fifth edition of MARE BALTICUM? Because last year we hosted two MARE BALTICUMs, one in a hybrid format, the other one virtually. at this time we should have been in Riga to host this conference, but given the situation, once again, we cannot travel there. So without any delay, I will leave you, Andrius, to start your first roundtable discussion with the regulators from the Baltics, who I greet from here. Too bad we could not see you again in person. So you can start, Andrius.
Okay, thanks a lot, Zoltan, and see you in an hour. Hi, everybody. Good morning and welcome to the 4th edition of MARE BALTICUM. I call it a 4th edition, even though we had that two things last year. I hope the echo is not too high, because I really can't fight this echo in my law firm due to high ceilings. So I hope you hear me well. Two things keep me amazed about this MARE BALTICUM thing is obviously 4 years went through really fast. And another thing is the high interest in the region, which was a bit of a surprise for me in a good way. So you will be with me for the upcoming 2 hours for the 2 panels in a row. And I'm really happy to have the first panel with the regulators of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. I do not see the videos. Okay, now I see all 3. Yes, hi. So, Lolita Šumskaitė, Lithuanian Ministry of Finance, hi.
Good morning.
Signe Birne, she is the director of the Latvian Gambling Authority. You are muted, so I will tell you if you're muted. And Søren Meers, Estonian Ministry of Finance. Hi. So, and me, myself, I hope the majority of you know me well. I'm a gambling lawyer and a proud ambassador of this conference. What is really, let's say, what really, how to call it, you know, for me, it's a very great thing that we had been with these 3 people from the very first edition of MARE BALTICUM, except of maybe Søren, because at that time her colleague Taiva Perk was representing the Estonian Ministry of Finance, but the legacy is there. So I am really happy that we have these annual talks in this particular format with you, more or less May, June every year. Okay, so without the further delay, let's start with the, let's say, overview of what's going on in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, because for those who do not know, these 3 people, Lolita, Signe, and Søren, are one of the key decision makers in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia when it comes to gambling. Obviously, the key decision maker is always the parliament. We can't have the parliament here, and sometimes the parliament, usually in Lithuania and Latvia, they sometimes have some sort of, you know, strange decisions in terms of gambling, and the government, in this perspective, can't really do anything, and we all have to live with what we have. So let's start with Lithuania. Lolita, if you may, could you please let us know what's really, you know, what are the good things and bad things going on right now in Lithuania? I will add my comments where I think something is interesting or important to add, and let's have that discussion. Thank you very much.
Good morning once again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for providing this opportunity. And actually, for me, this is the first time I'm participating in remote way in such event. Okay, if to start with the subject, I think the year was really bad for the industry, because most of the time industry, at least land-based, they could not operate, and of course their turnovers dropped down significantly. But this is the reality. We can't avoid it. Talking about some novelties, I think it's the most important. I should mention that in April there was an amendment to the law on gambling was registered by the group of members of the parliament, and I believe this initiative was triggered by the rapid increase of advertising activities on the internet during this quarantine time, when land-based activities were closed. And these amendments foresees total prohibition, total ban on marketing. That means it will not be allowed to encourage, to attract new clients to gamble, while proposing for them all kind of bonuses, discounts, free testing games, presents. Sorry?
No, yeah, I just added like promotions, all the
promotions, yes. And it is believed that people who have addiction to gambling or any other addiction, they are really vulnerable. Oh, sorry, I can hear some voices.
Yes, me too. Zoltan, could you please mute one participant? I think, yeah, we hear the outside. Yeah, thank you very much.
People who has addiction, they are very vulnerable, and this aggressive marketing is reducing possibility for gamblers to come back to normal life. But having said that, I would like to emphasize that this doesn't mean that the advertising will be prohibited. There is, of course, advertising is very restricted, but still there is a separate provision in the law, and it allows to provide the operator's company name, the trademark, and types of gambling operators offering. So this will not be affected, this provision.
Okay, so just one comment, and I will let you continue. Yeah, so this particular thing Lalita was speaking about is actually connected to promotions, and yes, it does not. It's not directly concerned. It doesn't directly concern the advertising as such, but the real promotions, the bonuses, and this discounts and stuff that is right now possible to apply in Lithuania, while after the voting, most probably it's going to be prohibited, and we will have to find workarounds, how to speak, to see how we will be able to implement some sort of, not discounts, but some measures in order to possibly, let's say, be active in Lithuania with license, as opposed to those unlicensed operators which will try to use the situation. Okay, so please proceed. Thank you.
Yes, and we have 3 phases in the parliament to adopt the legislation, and 2 phases already passed. The last vote was this Tuesday, and it is expected the law will be adopted next week or week after the next week. So it's possibly, and it should come into the force, I think, from 1st of July. Yes, from the 1st of July. So this is I think this is the most important change. Then I could mention maybe the initiative Ministry of Finance is preparing. We are working.
Please do.
We are working on the law of taxation last year, because we have that fixed tax for tables and for machines. And it was a big problem that when the gambling premises were closed during this quarantine period, but the legislation is written so that they should have, they had to pay these fixed taxes even that they were not able to have their activities. So we changed the law. Now the operators do not have obligation to pay these fixed taxes, but still this this provision raises some issues both for operators and for regulators. So we are trying now to change it to tax it from GGR. Of course, it's not, well, from one hand, it's good period because now everyone understood that the current legislation is not relevant, but on the other hand, it's not easy. It's difficult because for us to use for example, last year data, and these data, they are not. It does not reflect the real situation, and we do not have intention to increase taxes. We want to have it as it is now. So this is the initiative we are working on, and hopefully before summer maybe we will prepare. But of course it will depend on our hierarchy, on the management, how we will proceed with this.
Okay, I have a short question, a small question. Lithuania has increased slightly increased taxes last year, at the very end of last year. What's the reaction? How do you see? What's the outcome? What do you hear from the industry, from the tax authority, from the Ministry of Finance? It's already, I think, 1, 2, 3, 5 months after these changes. So is it do you feel it was a good idea or?
Well, this increase also was initiated by the parliament members. It was not Ministries of Finance initiative. And again, it's the period is not good to make any conclusions because most of their premises were closed, and I have a data from Gambling Control Authority that GGR of the land-based decreased already 39% in 2020 compared to 2019, if I'm correct. And but of course it was a great big increase in the online gambling. So I think increase was more than 40% in 2020 compared to 2019.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I had a comment from one contact that I can't like use the hand due to the echo. So I will look at you all the time. So okay, I see that the data of the first quarter is out about all the gambling segment, all the gambling industry in Lithuania, and in particular the iGaming, the online gaming. So it seems that the first quarter was extremely good. Obviously, it's not land-based. These numbers are not about land-based, but even like 600% increase in just a second. I will open up the data, like casino slots. That's impressive in comparison to the first quarter of 2020. For those who are not very into the Lithuanian market, I have to inform that there are, let's say, betting operators who were actually quite happy to be forced to close their land-based betting shops due to the fact that they have to maintain 20 betting shops in order to have the possibility to run online gambling. So in many cases, and actually in the majority of cases, the betting operators, they do not want to operate those land-based premises, and they were quite happy that these premises were closed. Yeah, most probably, the majority would like to keep 2 or 3 of them operating, and that's it. So, and what Lolita told, it was a very, very important thing to have the same situation for the casinos, because casinos, land-based casinos, were paying taxes based on the number of tables that they have, and not based on the revenue, not based on the GGR. So this initiative, I believe, is very, very important, that Lolita was speaking. So okay, so I think that's a good overview for start. I would like to thank you very much, Lolita, and I would like to turn to Signe for Latvia. Hi once again. Well, usually for Latvia, as we spoke 2 days ago, I think, over the phone. In Latvia, it seems that there are many things going on, but and from one perspective, but from the other perspective, it seems that nothing really changes to the end. You have many things, many good things on your mind and on your desk, but not everything goes until the last stage. While there are a lot of rumors always about Latvia, that there was this and that discussed, there was this and that. Obviously, one of the key rumors or the key news for Latvia was the complete ban of both land-based and online last year. So yeah, could you please share us your insights of what happened, and what are the initiatives for the coming, maybe, half a year or something like that? Thank you very much.
Good morning to all of you. First of all, to my dear colleagues Lolita and Soren, nice to see you again. Of course, good morning to all of you who are participating this morning in this how to say, interesting opportunity to talk with you. And yeah, I can say that usually we have so many different issues from the side of politicians. Unfortunately, exactly this time, it is very negative attitude to the gaming business from the side of exactly from 1 or 2 political parties, which are now in the government and parliament. And therefore, we have received so many different changes, new changes, proposals. And unfortunately, we are not going ahead with the already prepared issues. So if I can start from the one side, I can repeat what I said the last year meeting in Tallinn, that we, the Ministry of Finance, have prepared guidelines for the development of gaming business. And we already believe that it will start work, and that we will start change our legislation and our new activities in accordance with these new guidelines. But unfortunately, they are not yet adopted in the Cabinet of Ministers. What we have to do, it was looked through only once in the Cabinet of Ministers, but how I said, political party who are not very happy with the gaming business stopped it, and dealt so many different proposals to make changes in these guidelines. So this, if I can repeat, these guidelines include 6 main targets, and it consists from 47 different tasks what involved institutions should do. It's not only Ministry of Finance and our supervisory body, our inspection, but also Ministry of Health, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Interior, and many of them. So these 6 targets are gambling addiction prevention issues, evaluation of the advertising ban. It is also a very important issue, how already Lolita said. Restrictions from municipalities, availability of gambling premises, because it is very, very hard question right now, because company who have received the gambling license should receive also allowance from the municipality where the gaming premise should be open, and it's not always happened. We have rather huge illegal market. I'm talking about online business. We need to monitor the development of gaming business for the future. And of course, we have to improve the supervision, our activities, responsibilities, and different possibilities to make sure that our gaming market is fair. We hope that during this month's guidelines for the development of gaming business should come through Cabinet of Ministers, and then we go ahead for the next steps. I know that I'm talking about it last year, but I really believe that it happens something. So one more very very serious thing is that we have new law on administrative liability. And this new law, which come into force in the middle of the last year, it practically affects every law concerning any supervisory body. On gambling, it start work only since middle of April of this year. There were changes also in the gambling and lotteries law. And there we have 3 new separate articles in the gambling law. So in what cases we should stop the gambling license, in what cases we should cancel the license, and in what cases starts administrative liabilities process and should be imposed a fine for the some activity. So it is very serious changes in the law, and of course it's something new also for our inspection, for our employees, and I'm very hope that our gambling companies will not violate a gambling law, and we shouldn't to use these new articles in the gambling law. So one more.
Sorry, so this last thing, I saw these changes. I already commented on those on a couple of occasions. I believe it's actually, well, it seems a bit frightening, but for the gambling authority, I believe it's a good thing that you have everything in the same place in the gambling act. It's quite straightforward and transparent. So I believe this is it's a good change in Latvia for that. Sorry for the comment. Yes.
Yeah, of course, it's very transparent, because every company could already see if they violate the law in any case. They can already read how to say the menu, how it costs in the administrative, if I can say in such a way. The one more change is handling of alcoholic beverages law. And it means that it's already said, look through the parliament on the first reading, and proposal is to prohibit sale of alcoholic drinks into the gaming premises at any gaming premise, any time at all. Of course, it's very very strict proposal, and I participate on this parliament committee, this session, and unfortunately, parliamentaries are not very fully understand what it means, gambling premises, because they are talking mostly about gaming halls. And of course, it's probably it's not very good issue if in gaming halls people can drink usually without any price, or it's like bonus or some loyalty for the clients. Of course, I agree that it's not normal situation, but we know that gambling premise is also sport bar, where is betting point, or gaming premise is also casino, and we know what's in which cases and how works casino, and I cannot imagine that casino cannot sell some glass of champagne to somebody. It's very hard to understand, but of course discussions will follow, but some changes will happen, and how I said, the first reading in the parliament already done. So once more, a very important thing is I talked about it also last year, that since the 1st of January 2020 start working self-excluded persons register. It works very good, and we collect already more than 70,000 participants or persons included here. Of course, they are all self-excluded, but we have changes also in the law, and since
sorry, Signe, you are muted for some reason. Yeah, okay, right
okay.
now. Okay.
It's okay.
Yes.
There, how I would like to say that we have a law on maintenance guarantee fund. I hope that you understand what it means. It is for persons who are not paid maintenance for their child, anyway, man or woman, and there is special fund who take care about these payments for the children. And all persons who are included in this fund who didn't pay this maintenance also since 4th of May have been connected to this register, and register of self-excluded persons. It means that it's not all together, but gambling company, when some client would like to start play, gambling company should control if person is not included in self-excluded persons register, and if it's not included in maintenance persons register. There are two registers, connected. And of course, it's huge number of people. It's approximately 40,000 people included in this register. And of course, exactly last week was the first one when we start this, and we received huge amount of phone calls and different emails why I cannot to play. And people, some hear about it, some read about it, but they can't understand that it really happens. So it is, of course, it's very new issue what happens in Latvia.
Okay, I hear that. In terms of the self-exclusion, I will have a question about your initiative, which is very innovative, about the joint self-exclusion system, the possibility to have the joint self-exclusion system throughout all the Baltics. But I think let's leave that for a bit further. I would like, obviously, I would like to ask your opinion of the elephant in the room, what happened last year about this ban, complete ban of not only land-based but the online operations in Latvia. And from your perspective, not from the operators' perspective, but from your perspective, do you see that it hurt the industry? Or how you see this particular thing, because everybody wants to know that, and obviously we will discuss that in the next panel with the operators. And yeah, thank you very much. What's your view?
Yeah, we, how I understand, we are the, how to say, champions in all over the Europe, and our parliamentaries stopped even online gambling. Of course, decrease of all GGR of gaming business goes down approximately on half on 2020 to 2090, and they were closed near to more than two months. And of course, we find that huge amount of illegal sites where gives their proposal their advertisement for clients to come to play. Many people ask us what we have to do, because so many advertisement comes to private emails, to private person posts what happens. And of course, yeah, our legal business was in very bad situation, of course, and operators ask for us to do something more and something else. And of course, they will also make changes and in the legislation, and also banks and commercial institutions, commercial banks and payment institutions should stop the transactions to illegal sites. They have our blacklist, and all payments should be stopped. And it's also a huge amount of information what we have to analyze now, and to give to State Revenue Service to understand what happens and how many people try to play these illegal sites, how big was this proposal. But of course, yeah, online gaming business very goes down during the closing of this. But from other hand, of course, many people who are not playing in land-based gaming, they are trying to find some places where to play legal or illegal on online business.
Okay. Yeah, but we have a question from the audience. I'll read it. Martinas from Uniclub, that's a Lithuanian brand. The question is, what Latvian and Estonian authorities think about the Lithuanian law change to forbid the promotions and in general. I can paraphrase this into obviously the gambling ban, complete gambling ban in Latvia hurt the business, not only in terms of the decrease in GGR, which is obvious, but in losing the clients towards the illegal market. So do you feel that, let's say, the changes in Lithuanian law to prohibit all promotion possible, and all bonuses, everything in terms of promotions, from your perspective in Latvia, if you would, if the Latvian Parliament would do that, do you feel that it would hurt the business in Latvia, the illegal market?
From my perspective and experience, I can say that any total forbidden total and restrictions total of any kind of business, any kind of promotions or something else not work. I know there is the same, nearly the same in Latvia, because it's said in the law that gambling advertisement is not allowed in Latvia at all. They can advertise only their trademarks at the entrance of the gaming hall or on their website. But of course, we know that I understand that many of them hear me right now, but they are very clever and very attractive to find some ways how to find a way how to promote by self. Trying and finding some third companies, not gaming business operators who promote by self, and so many different kinds and different ways how to do it. And therefore, we are also talking with our parliamentaries that total restriction is not work anytime and not at all. And we also the Lithuanian colleagues could find some way, some middle way how to in regulated methods to give some, of course, promotion of the legal company, and how to regulate it in transparent way.
Thank you very much. Judging on the time, I think I would like to move to Estonia right now, so a bit further north. I will get back to you and Lolita with other questions and the question from the audience. If there will be any additional. Soren, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. And good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to see you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, and he has informed us, everybody, that we have around 250 views on YouTube, so that's quite impressive. 250, that's quite good. So, what's going on in Estonia?
Yeah, well, in Estonia, of course, we have also pandemics here in Estonia. So as described by Lolita and Signe before, we have also ban or all casinos are actually shut down at the moment, and then have been for the most part of the year. But according to our tax administration, they decided that no tax had to be paid at this moment. So yeah, this is a decision made by the tax administration, and they also, I think, many operators actually qualify for governmental support measures, like temporary subsidy program for employees to give them support in paying wages. So yeah, and it has been also used by the operators in Estonia. So there was certain, of course, it is not very, it's helpful, but it doesn't save all sorts of things. So yeah, negative impacts have been also in the gambling industry in Estonia. But I'm not sure if we were already on that road before, but we see that anyway the market is shifting towards online gambling, and I think that the pandemic might have had some sort of maybe a kickstart on that, but in Estonia we see that interest in licenses have also increased in Estonia. We have new operators who applied for online gambling licenses, and I just found out that also we have four licenses also in the process. So probably will be decided this year another 4. So this is a significant increase when comparing to a few years back when we had maybe 2 or 3 new applicants per year. So yeah.
So 2-3 applicants in Estonia, as let's say, as a small number, it's very, very high in Lithuania and Latvia, because in Lithuania and Latvia it's a complete stable situation. Nobody gets out, nobody gets in practically. The only thing that's going on, maybe somebody acquires a company and that's it. But literally, there are no. I could say that there are no new licensees for a lot of years, and nobody is really getting out. And in Estonia, yes, I see that trend myself too. Yeah, and this year is really, really interesting for me to see that. Yeah, please proceed.
So yeah, well, I think that coming to the tax authority, who is the supervisory authority in Estonia, it has begun to strain on the resources. I think as a slight, the fact that they didn't have to supervise brick and mortar actually enabled them to have put some full attention on online gambling supervision and as well as review of the applications, which also is an important process they have to do. So. But still, I think in near future we will, from the state perspective, we will need to increase the resources of our supervisory authority as well. Looking at the turnover of what we have, of the aggregated turnover of gambling sector in Estonia, actually it is very visible now that online or remote gambling has actually nearly doubled this past year. So while we have nothing in on tables or machines, but we had actually some tournaments that took place in Estonia, like physically took place. So actually we do have a slight turnover also from land-based, but this is only for tournaments. When looking at betting, which is very interesting, we see that it was nearly cut in half. It's perfectly understandable because many events did not take place, but it's bigger than in 2017, the turnover. So they still had business last year, and looking at lotteries, actually we see also a huge jump. So lotteries market has been growing slowly. Every year there is a slight growth, but last year we actually see quite a significant increase in lotteries as well. So this is the result that we didn't ban anything, just the physical locations to stop COVID virus. So now what we are very interested in is that we launched the gambling prevalence study this year. So we will have gambling addiction rates, I think, in autumn, probably in November or sometimes that. So this is very interesting for us now to see how the increase in turnover and has affected the gambling addiction. So we will see by the end of the year if there is a very huge jump also in addictions, and we will probably have some sort of state will probably intervene in some sort of way. But if there is the current measures of stopping gambling addiction have also worked sufficiently, then maybe there will be no action from the policy makers or lawmakers at this point. But yeah, so we will see more in December probably. Well, looking, yeah.
Yeah, just one quick question. Okay, so do you attribute the increase of interest in Estonian licenses and like the jump in revenue to the extreme stability of the legislation, or to any other things? Because obviously, you know, Estonia, you can do a lot of things, but still you are, you know, 1.3 million people. You can't really be a 50 million people country, I believe. I don't know, maybe, but yeah. So, what do you know attribute this?
Yes, yes. Well, looking at the lot, as I already said, that yeah, of course, last year's applicants were mainly for online gambling, and for obvious reasons. If you wouldn't probably want to open up a casino in this sort of times, but we do have had probably more interest than we had actual applications, meaning that we have had people asking if we can just get a license in Estonia to operate, not in Estonia, but in other member states. But this is not what actually Estonian law would probably agree, because Estonian law, well, the Gambling Act is actually quite clear that the business model should be directed to Estonian gamblers. It doesn't mean that non-Estonian should be or must be excluded. Definitely not. But we don't agree with business models that just takes a license and then says that no, this is nothing in Estonia. All operations are going to be abroad. So yeah, but this. The law says that if they have some sort of business also for Estonian, something that they see they can provide added value to the customers, they have applied for licenses and indeed also received the licenses.
Okay.
But yeah. The law has been stable. Taxation, well, it's quite favorable. Well, comparing to some other countries. So yeah, it must be also the issue that we have had a very stable system last year.
I have one question from the audience, and I have to maintain that list because I'm a moderator. So there's a question about crypto, the possibility to accept cryptocurrency. So Signe, thank you very much. You already answered that question. I will answer for Lithuania that it's not there too. And as far as I'm speaking with Soren right now, can you comment a bit on cryptocurrency and the Estonian license?
Yeah, well, actually, thank you for the question. This brings me actually to one other, maybe some most important project we have had last year, and this is actually the national risk assessment of money laundering and countering terrorist financing. So this was actually a huge project which took more than a year. And one of the sectors that we had a specially dedicated chapter and working group on was gambling sector. And well, another was actually a fintech sector that took into review also all everything crypto and virtual currencies. So while gambling in itself was found to be one of the least affected, least vulnerable sectors towards money laundering and terrorist financing, on the other hand, virtual assets sector was the most vulnerable and most at the threat of being misused for these purposes. And actually, this huge threat from the VSP sector was actually also had an effect on all other sectors. So while we do not have a ground for actually, I think, in the law to ban the possibility to use crypto assets, we have the same rule as for normal payments would apply, meaning that you cannot use gambling operator as some point between moving your funds to other places. You can only use it to pay back to the exact same account. So as long as this condition is followed, cryptocurrencies could be used. But looking at what were the takeaways from this NRA, then one of the points that was brought up or was mentioned as next steps was that an analysis has to be conducted on whether or not actually allow cryptocurrencies, or maybe we can only decide that we allow some sort of cryptocurrencies because they are different in their vulnerability towards possibility to use it for money laundering or terrorist financing in it.
Understood. So one last question from, let's say, from me, because I remember I asked this question about cryptocurrency back in 2015 and got the answer that it's all good in Estonia. It was the only country that accepted cryptocurrency in many countries. So yes, it's still the same. But do you think that the risk attributed to the crypto side of the business is related to the extreme, let's say, the extreme number of applicants for the Estonian crypto license? Because you had that, not license, but the permit with the FIU, but it got marketed very well, in the world. So you have the list, the extreme number of the applicants plus the licensees. So is it like really cryptocurrency, or is it the businesses that went to Estonia only because of this, permit? Obviously, it's not most probably the pure gambling question. It's a bit a side question, but still, do you see it, related?
Yeah, well, looking at the numbers, we have had also many changes in the laws regarding virtual asset providers. So at some point of time, we actually did have more than 1,000 of license holders, but we did have also some sort of a clause that says that if you are not starting to have business within 6 months, you will lose this license.
And the majority
yeah, so I think at the time, well, I think in April we had maybe a bit more than 400 left. We also have added last year also new restrictions were enforced by the FIU of Estonia, and also for asking that these providers should also have more presence in Estonia, because it was visible that a large number of these were not actually intending to have any sort of services or actually any sort of relation in Estonian market, and we had problems also. We have actually see that there's increase from other countries, law enforcement authorities. So it's straining other resources as well, not only FIU. And I think that the takeaway from the risk assessment is that this is not a viable solution we have at the moment. We still 400 is still too much, and not only because of the issue. If we can, well, we say that we would take it, and then let's employ 100 supervisors and continue to do that, but it just not very good, because we don't have all the legal tools to enforce our laws. If there is no connection to Estonian at all, we cannot apply, for example, criminal law, which is one pillar that is very important. And in these cases where there is a fraud, but it's completely abroad and the operator is abroad, so everything is abroad, then actually this has to be investigated by the other country. And while we can offer as much as we can, the main takeaway is that even if Estonian authorities do cooperate and provide information they have, this will still, the outcome for the customer who's been the victim will actually result on the efficiency of this other country. So this is not a very viable solution we have at the moment. So we do need to have more stringent measures, and government will propose this, I think, within the next 2 months.
Okay, thank you very much. We have still 2 minutes, so I really want to touch the joint self-exclusion system or the initiative. Maybe not because all of the people that are hearing us are interested to hear that, but I know in other channels that this innovative thing is very, very interesting for other regulators, other lawyers like me, as a very really innovative thing. So maybe Signe, you could introduce a bit, because that comes from your side, south and north. You have invited this to somehow proceed with the self-exclusion system, the joint self-exclusion system. For those who are not familiar, this is something that possibly will be introduced in the near future or in the far future, that Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia would have a joint self-exclusion system. That would be the first bubble of the international self-exclusion system. So Signe, could you please introduce a bit that, and very, very, very fast,
I'm talking about such proposal. It was only idea last year meeting in the Tallinn, and of course, Ministry of Finance get such idea as very impressive and interesting, and taking into account how I said that our politicians also very stressed about addiction problems, and that it's necessary to use more as possible some opportunities. And then our Ministry of Finance send out, because Ministry of Finance is a policy maker, send out a letter to Lithuanian Ministry of Finance and to Estonian Ministry of Finance, hoping to receive some answer and idea how they see is it possible to do such idea to take take some ideas, because we understand very well that it includes number of issues. Of course, it's personal data, it is technical issues, it's definitions in the gambling laws, because we have different definitions about gambling at all. For example, taking about lotteries, because our self-excluded persons register is connected, is attention also to online lotteries. For example, how I know, for Estonia, lotteries not at all in such register, and betting also is not included in this register. Therefore, there are so many different issues what we have to talk about, and of course, it takes some cost. And therefore, Latvian Ministry of Finance are waiting for some response from our neighbors, and hoping to give some persons who experts who will make some working group, some workshop, and talking about issues. What if we have to do it? What will be the next steps, and conceptual decision, do we have to do it or not, or it's not possible. So it's only the first step to receive some answer from our colleagues.
Okay, so thank you very much. I'm really happy, and as Zoltan told them, I'm really happy that it goes forward, because I remember that we were speaking about this particular idea last year in Tallinn in the lobby of the hotel with all of you. So that's really nice that it was not just the idea that was, you know, that flew, but it will come into effect. Thank you very much, Lolita, Signe, and Søren, for being with me. I hope you will be with me for another hour with the industry members, because we will more or less speak about the same issues, about the same good things, just from a different angle, from the business angle. And yes, I, as always, and I really hope to see you in person next year, and we will obviously see each other sometime this year at you know, another event. So bye, thank you very much, and be with me for at least another hour. Thank you.
Andrews, you do not need to say goodbye to everyone, because you are up next once again with the moderating for
Yes.
for the industry panel.
I'm sitting here. I'm with the glue.
Okay, thank you, sir, and Lolita, Signe. It was really nice to see you, and hopefully next year we will meet in person once again, because we want to continue hosting these conferences in the Baltics. So, Andrews, you can already get started with your second panel today.
Okay, so just a second. I'll change my mood into another one. Okay, so hi everybody once again. Hi. Yeah. Making my screen a bit bigger. Okay, so we have the same region, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, but turning from the regulator point of view into the members of the industry, we have 5 participants plus me being the 6th one. So 3 of the participants in this panel are representing the operators side, and 2 of them are representing the software provider side, which is actually maybe except of the payment service providers, which is a bit different, you know, side of the business. It's the full package that we have for the Baltic states. So let's start with the introduction. So we have 3 established brands in the Baltics. with only difference that Seabed, represented by Carlos, I don't see if I have Carlos. Say hi, Carlos, if you're with us.
Hello, hello.
Hi, I just don't see you. Maybe you're not with the video. So Carlos is representing, Carlos Gogaitis is representing Seabed, which is an established brand in Lithuania, but they are not operating in Latvia and Estonia. Oh, hi. Now I see you. Then we have Dainis Niedra, who is representing NLabs and TAIN through Optibit, because it's the Optibit brand and some other brands like Limes, Ninja in the Baltics. So he is representing the full, let's say the full region. And Kaido Lev, yes, I see his video. He's representing Betson from BetSafe brand. So 3 established brands in the Baltics. Plus, I have with me 2 software providers, Nadia Tad from Relax, and I see Andrei Lapides from Tom Horn. Both of them provide their software to the whole region. Tom Horn provides Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. Relax provides only Latvia and Estonia, but they are really near of entering Lithuanian market. So they, these software providers are really into the region. They know how the region looks like from the commercial perspective, from the technical perspective, from the legal perspective, and obviously the guys from the operator side, they know the countries inside out because they are nationals of Carlos is Lithuanian, Dainis is Latvian, and Kaido is Estonian. So we can cover the region in full. So yeah, let's start with most probably the bad things that are going on in maybe Lithuania. Let's start with Lithuania, the current situation in Lithuania. I will ask you about my echo, if I may. Do you hear me well? Or does the echo annoy you?
That sounds quite good for you. Thanks.
Okay, it's like on piano plays.
Because of the high ceilings, and I really don't know what to do about it. So yeah, so Lithuania. We already spoke. Obviously, you all were with me when I was speaking with Lolita, Signe, and Soren in the first panel. So we touched that a bit about the changes in Lithuania, about the promotions. The complete ban of the bonuses and in respect to this kind of a thing. So let's touch this thing. Plus, let's touch. Obviously, there's another development of the ban of advertising in social media, which comes from the regulator side more than from the legislative side, and we will touch the news about let's say the ban of possibility to limit the players. So yeah, Carlos, I hope you're doing well. Even though Lithuania is a hard time right now, but I hope you're doing well. Let's start with Seabed, who's a true only Lithuanian brand. So your focus is very narrow, only to Lithuania. So I would like you to start off with this. Thank you.
All right. So if first of all, of course, hello to everyone. It's weird time, weird situation, but we should proceed with our business. And it's good that we do have such conferences like this. So cheers to Zoltan. So if we would start with the worst, the worst one. So well, yes, operators actually are facing with the legal initiative that pushes its way at the parliament, and according to which, starting from July 1st, 2021, all kind of bonuses in any form or any way should be banned, and none, either the new players or existing ones, can get free bets, free rounds, any kind of bonuses or any kind of incentives could be used. So in that sense, licensed and regulated operators are put in a kind of weird situation that we completely agree with the fact that during the pandemic, during the pandemia, the numbers were growing, and our business, and we are being in a good situation in terms of the numbers and the business point of view. And we understand that any kind of preventative measures should be taken into place. And we fully support the idea that some preventative requirements that could tackle with the increased rates of problems that could that is bringing by the industry to the players should be taken into place. So, but in other case, we are facing with a really weird situation that I'm not aware with any kind of European country that could have, that any kind of incentives would be completely banned. So operators now are in a position that none of the bonuses, none of the incentive measures could be used, and we either don't know whether we could, let's say that, hey, 25 new games just arrived, come and play, without giving any, let's say, leverage for the player to start playing, or let's say from the sport side of view, that match of the day with boosted odds is XXX. So another really important, and sorry, I would like to proceed. Another really interesting topic is that gambling operators are facing with such prohibition, but such requirements does not affect lottery activity and promotions they're using in order to incentivize the players to start playing online at all, which is a really weird fact. And the idea that licensed operators were facing with illegal gambling and the usage rate of such services are rising year over year just wastes all our leverage that we had in the past for convincing players to select fully regulated and licensed services. So at this point, players will not have any let's say reason to find a better proposal and to, let's say, to support the idea that licensed operators are paying tax, that taxes are used to tackle with the issues that gambling is bringing to the industry. So
okay, Karol, so going into details a bit,
yep.
Do you think, obviously, this is still not enforced, but everybody understands that it will be enforced. So let's say that it's enforced. So obviously, you have internal thoughts. You are making your cases internally and speaking with others. Do you believe there will be some sort of workarounds, like incentives embedded in the software, in the games itself, without let's say without marketing the incentives, but the incentives that are there when you enter them. So do you see it as a complete ban of everything, or do you see it as a narrowed possibility to advertise these kind of incentives? That's your 2 cents, because I will turn to maybe software providers who are maybe not that internally into the what about the changes that happen, because they are not living in Lithuania, they don't breathe these kind of things. So yeah, what do you think from your perspective?
Well, of course, I would not be willing to share all my thoughts and ideas that I do have. That's obviously, yes, but quite obviously, let's say proposals would be that, yeah, there after July 1st, there can be a really, let's say, a really wide desert fight could start in the online gambling industry. That the operators could start working with the margin rate. That we are all aware of the fact that another way to convince players to keep playing or to start playing is to propose him better RTPS. So in that sense, that could be one of the, let's say, advantage that you could have against the competitors. The second one, of course, is the data. The data is everything in nowadays, and especially when let's say the main incentive measure will be taken away from us, the data will be everything. So just to profiling and to proposing players let's say the recommended games, the games that pays the hot games that has like over the 100% RTP rate in the last couple of hours, and such kind of data usage will be the primary I guess key to solve this situation and to step out from the situation without serious damage in terms of.
Okay, so thanks a lot. We'll turn back to you a bit later. I would like to speak a bit with Danis. Hi, Danis, once again. Danis, for those who don't know, he's a chief operating officer of the whole group of NLabs and Tane. They have experienced some not some tremendous changes in the corporate organization, but yeah. So Danis, you basically you're a Latvian national, but you see what's happening in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. So taking from the complete ban in Latvia of the whole or of everything, land-based and online, and seeing how how badly it hurt the business, not only in short term, in these few months that the GGR was down, but in the long term of losing clients to the illegal market. Now you see these severe changes in Lithuania in terms of incentives. Do you see some sort of comparative things of the possibility in Lithuania to lose in respect to the illegal, not illegal, let's say unlicensed operators who will be able to provide the incentives, or not, they are not able, but they will provide the incentives. So how do you see that the situation in Lithuania then turning to what happened in Latvia after your command?
Yeah, thanks, Andrews. Yeah, so quite obviously, everyone can check the stats like about the gray or black market for the Baltics, and we see that like the smallest portion is in Estonia and the largest one is in Latvia. Yeah? So can draw a parallels with like the tougher legislation when it comes to the bonuses, products, and advertising. The highest proportion of the black market or gray market exists. Yes, so. Any changes that came into force in the past few years in Lithuania, so we went from being more or less free in terms of advertising now, like to advertise only the trademark and the name of the products, and now like we will be forced to remove all kind of bonuses from the websites. So yes, so it will influence the volume of the black market, of the black market, of the activities that are coming like from the unlicensed operators, etc. Yes, so and despite of that, Besides of that, we know that, for example, in Lithuania, the poker market is absolutely black. Yes, so for 9.9%. Yes, so instead of fighting for like getting higher taxes in the absolute numbers from the license operators, government, or like some other stakeholders pushing us as not us, but pushing like the market and the customers to move like to get like their entertainment on other websites. Yes, so understand like the simple economy model. Yes, so there is a demand and there is a supply. Yes, so nothing happens with demand. Yeah, demand is still here. Yeah, but so the stakeholders, government tries to affect the demand is coming, like supply coming from our side. Yes, so if we will not be able to cover supply fully, yes, so demand, the customers will find a way how to get the things that they are looking for.
Okay, so but in terms of Lithuania, let's say, would you think that these changes will be key changes, or they would like hurt it too much, or if there were, let's say, the ban of advertising. Obviously, it was hard, but still, we continue to work. You continue to work. I continue to work. So
sure. Like everyone will continue to work. Yes. So it's not the thing that like will force someone to leave the market, but in general, like the things that affects like some planning, some forecast, etc. Yes. So and by the end of the day, the most important thing that all these changes, they will affect the product, the service that we want to provide to the customers. Yes. So by the end of the day, besides the fact that we're doing business, the business that we do is for the customers, for the real people. Yes. So we have to do the things for them. They want us to have bonuses. They want us to have some interesting campaigns, races, etc., etc. Yes. So by the end of the day, the customer will be the one who will lose all these good, nice benefits.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Okay, so let's move to Latvia, and let's involve kind of a bit, because as I told in the first panel, Lithuania, Latvia, and in some respect, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, these are stable markets in terms of the operators that operate there. So the number of licensees is very stable, and the number of licensees in Estonia, the increase of the number of licensees in Estonia is connected basically, to those who want to operate not only in Estonia but throughout. So in terms of the region, you are the big players. You and Kaido, Danes and Kaido, you are the big players in the region. So could you please, comment on the situation right now in Latvia, not only about this gap last year, but about the foreseen future in respect of what Signe was talking about, the political parties who are doing some strange moves and stuff like that. So what does the Latvian market look like from the gambling, from the industry perspective? So yeah.
All right. All right. So, hello to all. Hello to all. Happy to be in such a good company. Yeah. Not to keep our discussion too theoretical, I would start giving a bit background to all of us, and I'm referring to data what I'm getting from H2 Gambling Capital. So what we see in Latvia last year, because of this termination of licenses, online casino market, illegal casino market was doubled. So this is the price what needs to be paid for this type of decisions. And not only, I'm also referring to this, that through the years in Latvia, which has the most strict regulation regarding gambling advertising has had all the time the biggest share of black market or non-licensed market. And in Lithuania last year, where land-based casinos or land-based gaming venues were closed and online market was growing, non-licensed market managed also to grow, even with current advertising regulation. So these are very, very serious signs about, and actually Signe Pirne was summarizing all this very, very well before that. All these directions about total bans it just doesn't work this way. It will hit back and heavily. Coming closer to what's happening in Latvia right now in Latvian parliament, there is way too much of populism. Gambling itself or gaming, it must be fun, but decision what has been made to regulate gambling, it's not a play. It has a long-term impact, and it's not only in online, but it can be also in offline, in land-based. For example, if it goes through, is it this way that alcohol is banned in gaming venues in Latvia, or this? There was another initiative to limit locations from living areas and so on. What happens is that both Lithuania and Estonia land-based casinos will benefit from that, and I'm not sure that is it interest of policymakers in Latvia. So we need to always put these things to context. I think there has been very good examples from Estonia when there was increase of alcohol taxes a couple of years ago, and what happened was that in the Latvian border there were opened many alcohol shops. So it's as simple as it is. It's not only that this kind of changes can and are impacting online business, but they are impacting offline business as well. So I would really summarize this this way, that all these radical changes, however they are planned, they have impact, and this impact needs to be really taken very, very considered very serious way. It's not a fun, and I think this is clear message to policymakers. This is the field where they should forget the populism, and this is not about that.
Okay, Kaido, do you think right now Latvia has a relatively strong association, let's say, of industry?
Mm-hmm.
Lithuania has basically two, because they are a bit divided into some views that they have. So, but still, Lithuania has these two associations. Do you feel that the voice is heard when it comes to Latvia of the industry members, and because it was a bit a few years ago, it was. I feel that a few years ago it was a bit stronger than it is right now. But you can have a different opinion or different feeling.
I would say that yes and no. What I see is that the regulator body definitely is listening and having a good dialogue with operators and association, and this is happening. But I'm not very sure about policymakers, or let's say what we saw last year when this termination of licenses happened, and what happened next, and so on. That then was some kind of discussion starting and so on. But it's not enough, I would say, that this is to be competitive with the regulation, especially nowadays when okay, this COVID situation is a bit different story, but when borders are open and online is almost everywhere, then this level, the quality level of policy, what is planned, has to be much higher.
Okay, thanks a lot. I will move back to the problems and good things, maybe a bit good things for the operators in a bit. I would like to move to the software providers, Nadia and Andrei. Hi once again. You have most probably, as always, you have a bit of a different approach or view to the markets, and the view is maybe a bit, not that intensely personal. So you have the market, and you work in that market. So could you please specify the biggest struggles that you have in all of the countries? That start with Nadia, if you can, because you have the biggest big experience, like Tom Horn as well, but you have a big experience in the Baltics, and not only with Relax, but in your former company. Yeah, could you please tell us, what's the feeling in the Baltics from not being in the Baltics, from the company that's not coming from the Baltics?
First of all, hi everyone. It's a very interesting setup right now. So we're actually seeing quite a lot of positive momentum. Yes, it's sad, it's COVID around and things are changing as well. But from a supplier's perspective, it's actually we're seeing quite a few interesting trends, and it would be interesting to see if others are seeing it as well. Like, first of all, as Relaxed Gaming, we have our biggest office in Estonia. So it's a very dear market to our heart by default. We have a lot of development there and everything, so we are there already. But if I go back, if I'll take a step back and go a few years with my previous company, even initially when the markets got regulated, like Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, I think they were undervaluated a lot by a lot of suppliers and operators as well. And what didn't help as well is that it took a few years for regulators to stop and monitor the black traffic. For example, Latvia was struggling, and you can see a lot of international operators operating there in .com, and then you see local operators who are trying basically to do the right thing and so on. But as soon as the government put their foot down and finally started to impose measures and everything, situation changed, and the revenues grew, things became totally different. So it was a very interesting observation to see. Now, unfortunately, with COVID, what I can tell you from my experience as well, because online gaming was basically in Latvia forbidden, I think, till November around and so on. And it hit some operators. Some of them didn't even recover. So they closed down and they decided to reopen maybe later on and so on. But there is another very interesting trend which we notice in general. So a lot of operators right now, they're actually applying for Estonian license as a .com license to target all gray areas or .com areas. So previously, the easiest license, it was a Curaçao license. Everybody was going for Curaçao, but now the trend is totally changing. I'm seeing a lot of customers actually giving up Curaçao and getting Estonian license to target .com, which is really, really interesting because there is also an MGA license in discussion, but people, they go for Estonia. And I guess, again, it's my personal speculation, but what I'm seeing, I might think that crypto is getting very, very popular and so on. And as we discussed, Andreas, Estonia is okay with cryptos, and you receive demands as
in the first panel, the discussion.
Yes. So I think it's important because you can't ignore the importance of cryptos anyway. Like nowadays, there are a lot of requests. There are crypto-only casinos. It's growing, and the trend is there right now. So regulator is flexible, but there are also companies which are coming up and they're applying for pure local regulated market. Like for example, for Estonia, we can see quite a few new companies are waiting for their license, and they're coming to us. They want our content, work together. So it's also an interesting twist because those markets were always put behind some other big markets like Italy or Spain or others. And I think there is a potential, and it seems like people are recognizing that there is things to be made and things are changing. So that's some observations from my side. I don't know if you have any specific questions.
Yeah, we will turn with the questions. I think Andrei, can you add your experience to have the full package, and then come to the questions. Hi, Andrei. Yeah.
Hello everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to join this discussion. So I will be maybe more technical because we as a suppliers provide technology, and most of the time this is crucial to fulfill some requirements or take some time to go in. It's not just administrative work. And if I would compare, like in Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, like regulation or entering these markets from suppliers' perspective, basically Estonia is from the suppliers' perspective most simple. We can enter easily. Usually, they need just to, if we are already active on some other markets or we have some other certificate or something, they are pretty flexible. Latvia, we need to certify the game, so we need to have extra certificates. However, Lithuania is a little bit more challenging. There are more reasons for that, and we see that also when the new, let's say, platform or I mean Turkey solution supplier coming to these markets, and they always take our games in the first batch. So we are helping them to basically go live and to certify everything, and most of them don't know that in the end there is necessary to do for every game. It's called the integration certificate, which is kind of process where we are kind of certifying that these games which is already certified and already integrated with platform, we need to like certify this game on this connect, which technically there is.
It's not only Lithuania. Obviously, Latvians and Estonians, they don't require that, but you know there are many jurisdictions which require these kind of things, like Colombia. Many kinds of jurisdictions which.
Well, yeah. They also Spain require that. So this is one thing which is a little bit an issue, and sometimes we have to release games in batches because we have to keep different versions of software. So it's kind of heavy on operation side. Maybe, but also there is this active RNG requirement where the RNG need to always be on even when the game doesn't play, basically. But I think this requirements is also now in more jurisdictions. I saw that already somewhere. And then there is this authentication tool, which is basically if the hashes of the code are not the same as certified, so the system goes down. But also this, I think the Lithuania is pretty heavy, like on technical requirements when we compare with countries around. Like it's
Okay,
can be kind of challenging.
From the business perspective, the technical, the different challenges everywhere, but you know it's still feasible. You know you can do that. Let's say from the commercial perspective, Tom Horn, you were basically the first supplier in Lithuania in 2016 when market opened up. So that already means that you target the Baltics in general, Lithuania in general. So, you know, what's your opinion in terms of what can be provided in all of the countries and what can't? You know, if there's a restriction, you know, Lithuania had the restriction to the live dealer for from 2016 up to last year. So it was a big restriction in terms of the actual products that can be provided. So you, as a software provider, obviously provide slots. So as a slot provider, so do you see something that that should be amended from the perspective of what can you provide and not?
Well, on Lithuania is also specific that there is a special category games, they call category B games, which are games for the players from 11 to 21. Basically in Lithuania, you can play normally, real money, fully with everything from 21. Before that, from 18, you can play this kind of low stakes game. There is limit for the maximum bet and maximum win. I think it's, I'm not sure now, it's €1 or €2 is maximum bet and maximum win. I also not sure about the number. I think 200 or something like that euros. So this is something very specific which I never seen somewhere else. I saw basically I saw this kind of limitations, but it was
from the land.
Yeah, it was from land-based. Yeah, we had it also in Slovakia. I think in Germany is like that, and it was in Lithuania in land-based. This small low stakes machine, Class B, and basically it was adopted as a special type of the game, limited for the younger players, which I would be interested to learn. I don't know if there are some more studies or somehow this affect, and if there are like if it is good or it.
I don't know how much can you rely on these studies because there's someone always behind the study. So yeah, Nadia, the same question for you. The region and the products. Do you see something's missing, something's not right, or?
The thing is, like, yeah, it was actually a very good question before, and yeah, one of the beauty of working with this market, apart from Lithuania, I would say, is that it's very easy to enter from the technical perspective. So, as a certain international certification can be accepted, for example, for Latvia with the small tweaks, there is not really big product adaptation. For us as a company, we have a different strategy. We don't focus on what is market specific really, we focus what players like, in general. So what is popular across the world and what is streamed on Twitch, what is streamed on the videos and everything. And we try to do market specific games in past, and to be honest, it's really failed. We believe oh, it's the best game for this market or it's the best game for that market like everybody else is doing. And it weren't. So we focus more on the different type of players, on the younger maybe generation, more modern. And our games are doing really well there. So we have our usual suspects Money Train 2, Temple Tumble, and those type of games. They're top performing games across the region. And again, there are a lot of suppliers over there. Even from my previous experience, I didn't notice that there is a big discrepancy between, for example, general network and country-specific games. So again, it's easy, you go with top-performing games and those games are working there. Plus nowadays depends a lot, as well on what type of promotions you're doing, what type of marketing campaigns you have, what type of relations you're holding with operations. Pricing is very important because if your price is very expensive, operators are not going to push you because it's another challenge for them as well. The cost of running the business for operators is very expensive. So you have to be flexible and you need to find this balance where it's good for everyone. But again, back to your question, as a supplier, we don't have any, market specific games. Everything which works for us as a network works really well in Estonia and the same in Latvia as well.
Okay, understood. Yeah, we don't really have the software providers who would be interested in international liquidity, so we can't really discuss that. The struggles in Latvia and Lithuania for international liquidity or national liquidity of the poker markets or jackpots. So let's skip that to another panel where we would have these sort of software providers. Okay, let's turn back to the operators and to Carlos a bit. Let's discuss what's going on now. It's a very hot debate right now, the limits. Let's not go into deep, into deep cases that because we have already the pending decisions and the ongoing court procedures of that, and it was not something that would have been rumored a lot in the international media, because no particular amendment of the Gambling Act was there, speaking about what's going on in Lithuania. For those who don't know, all the operators in Lithuania are now facing the inquiries of why they limit players for one or another reason, which is normal, usual procedure everywhere in the world to have that kind of a possibility. While in Lithuania, it seems that everything's moving towards the the attitude of the regulator that limitations cannot be applied. Hopefully, we will be able to prove differently in court, and everything will get back into normal. But can you provide some, your views, Karolis, about what's going on, and would this have adverse effect to all the business, not only to Seabed, but for all the operators, licensed operators in Lithuania?
Yeah, so I guess the first and the main question is what was the reason? That back in 2016, such kind of conditions has been approved by regulator that would allow all the operators to set limits or to terminate the contract with the players by not giving any additional explanation. So that was a quite unusual practice in the regulated market, that operator was not bound by any requirements, or that he should bring all legal arguments onto the table and explain for the player what's the main reason that we decided, let's say, to at least terminate at least to set some limits, set some wager limits, or to terminate the agreement at all with the player. So until September, last year, September, we basically were following our full regulations, based on which we were just limiting the players if we were suspicious about transactions, suspicious about any kind of details such as age, suspicious transactions, behavior, and etc. and etc. and etc. So now each operator needs to have an objective ground before setting any kind of limit. Limit is a definition that would be explained that it is not only the wager limit, but it is also the right to terminate the agreement. So as an example, if we do see that 70 years old lady is like placing 100 of bets per day, it should look quite suspicious, yes, of course. But now it is not enough to set any kind of mentioned limit for the player. So now we are facing with the situation that the balance is completely ruined, and operator is put into the very last position, and this situation basically means that players could use the players who are willing to let's say to use the advantage of any technical issues that happen on the platform, with the fixed odds, two-ways or three-ways sites, with any kind of let's say changes into the betting clients, could use that as an advantage against us, and none of that could be a decent reason to at least set the betting any kind of wager limit, or at least terminate the agreement. So
okay, so but do you think that, what's the reason behind of this situation? It's do you think it's the ignorance of the regulator, or some sort of other reasons? Because I can't really think of any other than that. So maybe you have other thoughts.
well, I guess that one of the reasons could be a pressure from the outside, meaning there are some people who are using their situation in terms of having a bunch of, let's say, people who are following there, or in other terms, followers. Would you listen the opinion? And the pressure that came from outside could affect the behavior or the let's say the idea that was established 4 years ago when all the regulations were approved by the gaming board. So I guess one of the points would be the pressure, the pressure from the outside.
Okay. Okay, so thanks a lot. We have 8 minutes, and I would like to speak a lot during those 8 minutes, but let's now wrap up what we had, starting with Dainis. So you see the current situation in all the 3 countries. What would you suggest, or what would you expect in the forthcoming, let's say, this year and next year to remain the same, or some sort of things that should or could change in all of the countries?
I will be the optimist in this room, or I want to be an optimist. Yes, so I expect that finally we'll get some more information about the poker in Lithuania. That's one of the big things that I would like us to solve. Yes, so us, I mean, like all the stakeholders who are interested in this market. In Latvia, I do believe that we still can fight for having some more or less clear advertising rules. Yes, so I don't know, copy pasting the Lithuanian or Estonian experience. So both options are fine. And in Estonia, yes, so the only thing that worries me that the market became flat. Yes, so the growth trend is not there anymore. Yes, so the market grows only because of the one single operator. And yes, so I want to see that it will be back to trend after the end of the summer. So that's shortly a wrap up about all 3 Baltic states.
I'm very, very thanks a lot for the clear views. Kaido.
Hi.
The same question.
Yes. Yeah, I would summarize it this way, that I rather also be optimist, as Dainis said, that whatever is the situation, we will keep operating and find the ways. But I really would like to see more stable environment, especially from like regulation point of view or law point of view. And why not to bring in some new developments or some, for example, pay and play concept in markets like Lithuania and Latvia, as we have in Estonia, where we have launched Super Casino and Dainis has Ninja Casino and other brands. So it's I think more kind of flexible and open-minded approach, because it doesn't mean that this will open market for something bad or something which is not under control, even if we talk about this pay and play. So it's even more secure because players are verified through the banks and so on. So yeah, this is I would like to see more in the region.
usually these kind of innovative things usually they come from the Estonian side. The crypto, the pay and play concept. Crypto is not used a lot. It can be used, but it's still not used a lot. But the pay and play concept is literally I think in Lithuania, Latvia, it's still very unclear of how would that work, and it's not discussed a lot. So it's not a clear no, but it's just not discussed well. So maybe that's my problem. But I agree with both of you. The poker question is interesting. In Lithuania it has been interesting for years now. The liquidity question is really interesting, I suppose, and the general stability of the environment, especially in Lithuania and Latvia, because Estonia is maybe even too stable, so to speak. But Lithuania and Latvia, in terms of it's good that we as lawyers we have a lot of work to do. So in some sort of way, it's good. But as a gambling lawyer, I tend to be on the side of how it should be. So lesser problems, lesser issues is always a good thing. So I would vote to not have that much work, obviously. And to see a more stable environment. So maybe we have a question from the audience because we don't have any time left, so I have to pass the microphone to Zoltan. So Andrew Serushauskas was asking about the upcoming ban of incentives in Lithuania. Does that mean that the game providers should also remove bonuses from their games as well? I responded to, this was something that we discussed in the very beginning with Carlos a bit, about the embedded incentives in the games and not the marketed incentives in the operators' website. So there's no clear answer because we still do not have an amendment in force. So we will start to think of the getting around these kind of things only when the actual amendment is there. So you won't have that kind of particular answer now. I see that there's no other question in the public. So thank you very much. As always, really nice to see the same faces that we see all the time. So thank you for the participants who were with us all the time. I see the number in Zoom was always stable. I don't know the numbers in YouTube. Zoltan can provide the details, but it was around 250 viewers. So that's a good thing that the interest remains high in MARE BALTICUM and the Baltic region in general. Thank you very much, everybody, for the.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. To you.
Thank you, Andrews. Thank you, guys. Yeah, it was a very refreshing discussion, like we usually have at MARE BALTICUM with the Baltics, but we usually do it at a nice venue, either in Vilnius, Riga, or Tallinn. But nevertheless, I would like to invite the next moderator on stage, who is Emily Helmer, coming from the well-known Tal Rons law firm. Hi, guys.
Thank you, Zoltan.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet everyone. Thank you for having us.
I will let you start your panel, and if any of you have any questions, just type it in the chat box. Thanks.
Tal, we can't hear you.
You can start.
Yeah. Andreas, I hope that you're still there. I wanted to thank Andreas. Always, for a great discussion. One of my favorite guys in the Baltics. And, I see the piano there. Emily, you know that we're all fond of music. And
Yeah,
to see a
for
piano,
sure.
it's like we have here our Synthi and keyboard. You can't see, but it's here in the office. But, we all have fond memories from Prague Gaming Summit and from the live events. I think that everybody is really, really, from us in Tel Aviv, we are moving from one thing to another. We finished the Corona. We did the roll of all the vaccine here. I think that we're close to 100% vaccinated, and now we have the missiles flying over our city. Really hope that we'll finish all of this kind of stuff soon, and we'll meet everyone in person with peace and love. But things we have also these kind of stuff. With that things, I would just before I will introduce you to my colleague Emily, who joined my team in January. I just wanted to tell you that I'm very, 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 very satisfied to have such a great panel here in the keynote, in the CEO talks here. And I think that it's the first time we took so many busy people, businessmen together, people that normally has no free time on the calendar, and have them in the middle of the day. So let me introduce them because I know them personally.
Tal, before you start, I just wanted to say a quick thank you to Zoltan, our dear friend and colleague, for hosting us and helping to organize this great panel. And to the entire MARE BALTICUM Gaming Summit team, thank you for having us and for allowing us to create this great panel. And of course, the delegates that Tal is going to introduce right now. So go ahead, Tal, looking forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I did not say but since 2015, I think you remember, Zoltan, that one with a bomb in Budapest, the first one that there was a bomb threat where everybody went outside. Yeah, hopefully this one will go without any bombs, not on Tel Aviv and not on anyone else. So let's start without any further delay. Let's start with the guys I'm seeing here. First, I see my friend Ariel Rehem. Ariel Rehem, probably one of the veterans of the gaming industry. I don't think he needs any further introduction, but, he was working in Mansion, and he's such a, he came from gaming. He was also in high tech. He's an ex-Israeli, now living in Malta, but he was living also in Gibraltar. And, now he's a CEO and one of the co-founders and one of the main shareholders of Genesis. Genesis Global, one of the leaders in operating of gaming. And the thing that I really like about Genesis Global Group, that they have multiple licenses. They're very, very clean. Their games are awesome. When you see their, booth in Malta, in Sigma, lots of nice people there. Even the affiliate sides, which are not really directly linked to Ariel, are working very, very nice. And the thing is that I can see from the side, Ariel, I'm really proud to see how you're growing as you're a lawyer. I'm happy to see how you're growing from year to year. And I think that for you guys, the sky is the limit. So thank you for coming. I think it's the first time you're with me on stage. So thank you so much, Ariel.
Thanks, Tal. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. Next, another, I can't say a rising star because, I know Tsachi actually through his wife. His wife was a student of mine in university. And again, one of the most brightest minds in the university. It's not a coincidence that Tsachi and Tammy got married. And they both live in Malta. Aspire Global, they're publicly listed on the Nordic NASDAQ. And a very interesting company, also with deep Israeli roots. Very motivated employees, focus basically a lot on B2B, but very innovative technology. I'm happy to have also Tsachi with me here on stage. I think with Tsachi, we've been already on stage in WGS, but again, it's also always interesting to hear from Tsachi. Thank you so much, Tsachi. I can't hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Hi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tsachi. Then, from the Baltics, you know that he comes from the Baltics because that's a very, very unique thing. You see everybody in Connect Pay, whether it's Marius or Kristaps or everybody. I'm speaking about the guys, not the girls. The girls, all of them are beautiful. Like Vilte with their amazing eyes. But everybody that work with us all had the famous beer like Marius. So Marius Galdikas. Probably everybody knows Connect Pay. I think they're the one of the fastest growing EMIs in Lithuania. Lithuania became a financial hub. Lithuania for EMIs is probably became the go-to place. And I think that what we'll hear, and Emily, of course, will lead this discussion. But what I really like about Connect Pay is, again, level of service and great team, and really happy that we managed also to get Marius, the CEO of the group, here in the panel that Emily will moderate. So thank you, Marius.
Thanks, Tal. As always, pleasure to be here on the same chair as every day.
Thank you. Is that in your office, Marius, or it's home?
No, this is home.
Okay, that could be cool as an office.
It's yeah, I'll get my next kid very soon, and I have to abandon this room as well. So I'll be homeless.
That's great. And last but not least, my friend Jens Podewski sounds very Polish by the surname, but he's German, living in Hamburg. And probably, you know, FinXP sounds very, very new because, you know, it's like a very catchy name, sounds like Windows XP, but actually FinXP, you know, you remember, Emily, we had a competition. I did a chat. What does FinXP stand for? You remember what was the answer?
Unfortunately, I don't. Excuse me, Jens.
I will answer. It's financial expert. It's not like it sounds very, very like ancient that you heard it before. But the nice stuff that about the guys from FinXP, they're based actually in Hamburg and in Malta, and they're very well focused on the Maltese industry, and the office in Malta are very, very, very strong in a way of the operation and of compliance. And I think also the way that they handle crypto without being scared from cryptocurrencies is something that we all need to consider. And again, first time with me on a panel, Jens Podewski. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Tal, for the invitation. Great to be here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And
Emily, I did not introduce Emily. She joined me in January, actually the latest edition. I believe everybody knows Jenya and Liat and Mayan and the other team, and she joined from United States. She came to Israel at the age of 7. I think that 20 other law firms wanted her, and then she came to us. I hope that you did the right decision, but we already enjoy working together, so thank you.
For sure I did. For sure I did. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tal. And let me just take the opportunity to introduce you, because you did such a great job introducing the other delegates. So we have Tal Yitzchak Ron, he's chairman and CEO of the award-winning law firm. We do everything from, not everything, we do specifically gaming, financial, fintech, we do crypto, we do very specifically on the online space. And we give legal services to the biggest names in the industry. And Tal is a real expert in his industry and what he does. So thank you for the opportunity, and it's a pleasure to be here. And thank you to everyone for taking out of your busy schedules and spending time with being here. So let's get this on. Let's get this going. I want to just ask everyone, please, we have a very interesting panel in front of us, and unfortunately we are stressed for time. We have a lot of interesting questions, and I would really appreciate it if we could have the answers very, short and minimized and straight to the point. So let's get going. So firstly, I want to ask everyone, how do you and the company you lead bring extra value to your clients and business partners and differ from the existing competition? So if we could get an answer from Ariel, please.
Hi, good morning. Interesting question. So I will try to touch two different points here. One of them will be, of course, the partners, and the other one will be the customers. In terms of the customers itself, I mean, it's very clear that the industry is moving forward, especially on the product side. The challenges are there. If it's on the sports product, if it's on the casino product, personalization, it's still a very big name, big word in the industry. But yeah, it's also a time to really be able to demonstrate it. I mean, it's very clear that we see more content being provided to the customers, and we need to be able to feed the customer with the relevant information, know how to personalize our communication with him, and make sure that it's tailored to his preference. Now, those things sounds really cool, very good from a marketing perspective, but in order to really do them, you need to invest in your system. You need to make sure that you can consolidate information into one place where you can actually process that information and eventually communicate with the customer. This is a key thing for Genesis. Actually, from day one, we invest a lot in that. But it's very interesting to see that in our days lately, it's becoming more and more really the demand in the market. So that is key on the product side. On the Another level of the player perspective, it's, I would say, regulation and compliance. We all been challenged by regulations. Coronavirus was not something that actually let it slip away. Actually, just the opposite. We got it really challenges, and many, I would say, political pressures in some territories change regulation quickly. We have to adopt. Sure. We have to be able to explain it to the customer. Some of them didn't know where it's come from. Suddenly, you ask a question about affordability. You define limit and section into the player account. All of that create challenges from a player experience. I'm right now less referring to the compliance side. That by itself, it's a challenge. More about the fact how the customer sees that. So from our point of view, we're investing a lot also how to explain it to the customer and be able to actually provide still a good service with all the restrictions that can come from compliance. Which related to the partners, I'm trying to do it quick, Emily, so bear with me.
Thank you. We're here. Your answer is just fascinating. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. So regarding the partner side, I would say that mainly with our partners on the media and marketing side, knowing that Genesis today can provide different player experience to different brands, different, I would say, products. Having all this knowledge in hands, which is really unique to Genesis, we can actually optimize which product to offer based on country, based on reference. So, for example, I'll give you a simple example. We can work with a media affiliate deal, or we can work with a partner on the PPC in specific market in the UK. We will provide, or I would say, promote specific brands compared to other brands that we might promote in Sweden. So all in all, I would say it's becoming more complicated, but more tailored business. You need to be very sharp how you do that. And this is, I think, that will be still on our plate for the upcoming years. It's still going to be there, and it's going to be even more than that.
Thank you, Ariel. Thank you. I would just like to add that I think the keywords that you said there is really tailored and custom made. These are things that we're seeing all over the industry, whether it's on the legal and compliance side or like Marius on the payment side. These are really what's the up and coming, and people are looking for those tailor-made and custom-made solutions. So thank you so much, Ariel. I would like to hear Tzachi on this, please.
Thank you, Emily. Hi, everyone. So I will continue from the point that Ariel mentioned about the regulated markets. And if you're asking what the company, our company, as a B2B business, is bringing extra to our partners, I will say firstly is the access to regulated markets. We understand now, or companies, operators understand now, after a few years where they need to adjust their platform or their solution to many regulated markets, that it's not as easy as it sounds. It's a lot of processes and technological adjustments that needs to be done. So the fact that our company allowing an access to regulated market, this is one added value. The second one is that we know that in some markets you cannot win it with one vertical, whether it's casino only or sport or only casino and sport. So what we provide as an extra value is also the access to more than one vertical, much more than one vertical, in order to have the operator having the ability to cross-sell between the verticals. And last but not least, the fact that we control the value chain of products in the gaming sector. We own not only gaming platform, but also sport and also casino games, allow us to control the roadmap and to make sure that the roadmap, technological roadmap, is only to the benefit of our partners. I know a lot of technological suppliers, a lot of B2B businesses that have an agenda to have great features, great development, and sometimes the developers themselves push the business to develop nice things in a very nice and advanced infrastructure. But at the end, if it's not connected to the business, so it all goes for nothing. So the fact that Aspire Global also have a B2C enable us to develop only or mainly what our partners need and want. So those are the three things that Aspire brings to the table as an added value.
Thank you so much, Tzachi. That was really interesting, and I really agree with that. It's about spreading to different verticals and really catching most of the market as much as you can. So Jens, if you would like to address the question.
Yes, sure. So I just can add to my previous colleagues also two points I would like to mention. So first of all, what extra value we bring is our deep experience in the iGaming industry, because all of us, our executive team and the founders, we have worked in the iGaming sector for many, many years. So we really know and understand the needs of the industry, in particular here in Europe. And this also comes along with the needs with regards to AML and compliance, what already was mentioned, and you know, the 6th AML directive is on its way. So this is one of our values we bring to the market, that we really understand it because of our experience we have. And secondly, I would like just to bring up our combination of services. So we do not just only concentrate on one piece of the puzzle, we see the whole piece, the whole puzzle. What does it mean? So we have tailor-made solutions as well available, and the combination is we offer IBAN accounts, for example. We offer virtual IBAN accounts. We can link our virtual IBAN accounts with direct debit cards with a MasterCard brand if we have a payment gateway. And for us, it's important to discuss with our clients, okay, where really is your need, and we offer you the best solution. So, and this is what we really bring in value to the market.
Thank you so much, Jens. Thank you for that input. I would love to hear Marius on this question.
Yeah, well, pretty much everything was already said. But what I think what I would like to brag about is what we really started doing this year a lot, and we're investing heavily into this year, right? So during the last year, we were sort of building our foundation, right? You know, Connect Pays main vertical, main target, and this is why I'm here is gaming. So we do understand gaming. We have, you know, processes, procedures, and systems to control the risks associated with gaming and ensure that, you know, central banks and other financial institutions can feel the confidence in this industry, right? It's that this industry is a solid business, and so we were building this sort of essential capabilities, compliance capabilities. But what we're focusing on right now, and I think what we bring right now to the table mostly is we are in continuous conversations with our customers. So number one, you know, the customer experience. We're always in touch with our customers, and we're building products or adopting our solutions and our offering based on what the client really needs. So you know, I'm really proud to say that this is what we've been doing heavily this year, is actually talking to our customers, talking to the industry, listening to that, and building what the customer needs, and building the products that the industry needs, as opposed to guessing. So I think what we bring to the table is the actual voice of the gaming customer implemented in financial services.
Thank you so much, Marius. That was really, I mean, you're really on point, because as we are business partners with you, and we have a lot of clients that are clients of ConnectPay, I can really say in full confidence that you guys make extremely well tailored made and custom solutions for clients all over the industry. And it's a real pleasure to work with you guys. So thank you so much. I would like to finally address the question to Tal, if you could give us a little bit of input. Tal, we can't hear you.
Okay, now it's okay? Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I think it was very easy for me. You know, I studied also computer science, a first degree, and then an MSc. It was easy for me just to go and, I don't know, open a startup like many Israelis do, or do something this. Instead of that, I wanted to do something very, very niche, and to do and to try to create a law firm that does only tech law. So, you know, it's like it's very, sometimes it gives you the limitation, because you sometimes you want to deal with real estate, you want to deal with some very interesting ventures that deal with gas or with energy, and you just don't know enough about it. But I think that regarding gambling and regarding financial and regarding tech, we do pretty much well. So at the end of the day, I think that as a niche law firm, the advantage that we have is that we actually quite know everybody, know most of the solutions, know most of the licenses, and all the things are very, very, very much evolving. I think that Jens spoke about it, the AML5 and almost AML6, all of this have very, very, very big impact. If you see what's going on in Curacao, in 2 weeks there will be a change of government. If you're not well versed in the politics of what's going on, I think that there will be a big problem for the client. So at the end of the day, I think that's part of our advantage, that we're very, very well focused, and that's where our clients benefit from.
Thank you, Tal. And might I add, actually, right this morning, a few hours ago, as we were having a beautiful brunch at your penthouse here in Tel Aviv, we were actually discussing just this very question, as why the firm really is doing as well as it is. And I think the answer, you just stated it, we're very specific, and we act as kind of like an ecosystem for the industry and the different operators and affiliates and network affiliates. And it's very interesting because you see all of the information, it all sort of travels through us, and in that sense we're very, very specific, and we know everything about everything that's going on. And that's the real benefit we give our clients, because if something comes up, we immediately know what's happening and why it's happening in the protocols. And so it's very interesting, and I think that really is the niche you were talking about. So thank you for that answer, and I can really confirm as part of the firm that it is accurate. So thank you. I would like to move on to the second question. As a manager of quite many people, this is addressed, of course, to everyone. In a competitive industry like gaming, what personality traits can you identify in your best employees, and how does this affect workplace environment? So I would like to ask Marius, please. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, it's actually, this environment is very challenging, and gaming is a very competitive market. Fintech even more so, and it is very important to really find the right people who want to join you for the ride. We at ConnectPay, we're growing very fast, and for us it's very important to control growth, but at the same time as we're growing, to be able to transform and change and adapt the organization. We grew in people numbers, I think, twice in the last 12 months.
Wow.
So it's really heavy, and it's heavy on some people. So I think one of the main things or traits that I see in people that really allows them to sustain and survive this growth and continuous growth and transformation is, number one is self-motivation. There's really, we are we have a very open working environment. Everyone's doors are open. There's no hierarchy and whatnot. People are here to take take the responsibility and own it, right? Take their field and own it and run with it, and they have to find motivation inside of themselves for whatever they're doing. And so I think it's very important that people be self-motivated. And number two, that is very important is hands-on. So regardless if you're CEO, CFO, Chief Information Security Officer, everyone is hands-on, have to have their hands dirty. There's no place really for just management and just talks. We're all hands-on first and foremost, and I think that's very important for the success of a company. And last but not least, obviously, passion for the product and for the service that we're delivering our customers, right? It's actually, for me, myself personally, it is very important to see a product go live or a service be available for a customer, and then you see the customer use it, right? And you see the customer reflect on the service, reflect on the product, and if there's feedback, and then you can change and adapt and make it better for the customer, and you see how the satisfaction level of the customer is growing. That's actually very, very motivating for me personally, and this is, I see as a very key trait for my colleagues.
Thank you, Marius, and I can really agree. I mean, we know several of your employees at Connect Pay, and they are all definitely hands-on and do what they need to do to make it work and make things keep on going. And I think that's lovely that you state that, because it's the truth and it's what's happening in your company. So thank you for that. Ariel, if you would like to address the question.
So first, I can really much connect to what was mentioned by Marius here. I would say that one of the things that definitely we need to keep seeing how we address that question in the context. I would say in the last 2 years, we saw so many changes happening, not just in the industry, also in our personal life. You start with the COVID-19, try to figure out how to continue. It's almost become a story that everybody got used to mention those words, but it's still there. We're trying to go back to life. At the same time, the entire regulation is challenging and change all the time. And why I mention all of that, because eventually the customer is being challenged, but also the employee is being challenged, both of them all the time. And the employee is being challenged all the time because he's got on his plate a project, something to overcome. And that's not the first one, and it's not the second one, and it's many of them on the table ongoing all the time. And leave the fact that the business wants to introduce better product and improve over time. So all of that, if you look at it in the context itself, you understand that, hey, you rely on your manpower, on your people the most, really, to overcome, could be, I won't say rough water in the negative side of it, more about the fact that it's just the reality. It's a rough water, right? So on our end, we all the time invest and we look in how we create a culture that's one of our core values is ever evolving. Okay, whatever happened in the past, learn from it, make it a good mistake by learn from it and move forward. When you look how you move forward, you invest in answering a new territories or address new territories that you're not familiar with. But at the same time, make sure that your teams are trained to that. Many things we realized that we thought that, hey, we have a great team and they know how to progress and so on. But no, we have a different reality sometimes, and we don't have enough skills that we have to keep investing in our people and find the environments that also from a personal life will be the right balance, especially that their personal life, it's been challenged all the time because of what's going on around us as well. So in essence, I would say, as a company, we invest a lot in our people knowing what's going on in the context itself and trying to, again, retain, but also invest in our people, because this is what we are doing. We're not creating shoes. We're not selling TVs. We have people that do the job. So that's why we have to keep investing and train them. On the other side of the entire focus on our people is the customer itself. And that is very much to what Marius was mentioning, very much related to that. The customers is still in the focus, and it has to stay in the focus, eyes on the ball all the time. Yeah, many things happening, but you need to make sure that when you introduce a new product or you introduce a new features or anything like that, make sure you understand what the customer saw, how he was involved, how he was engaged.
Thank you so much, Ariel. Thank you for that really detailed answer. Thank you. I would like to address Tzachi.
Thank you. So, you know what we identified in our employees in the last few years, first of all, is the commitment. We identify that when they have the commitment, they feel that they can do everything. And the second thing that we identified is the ability to find solutions, to drive and find solutions. As a B2B company that supplies so many products to operators, there are a lot of issues every day. So we can stick to the problems, but what we identified is that the teams are educated enough to find the solutions. We are happy to see that we grew dramatically over the last few years, in addition to having a lot of more regulations and taxes. And it means a lot for us to be such an healthy company. So those are the two things that we found.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tzachi. Jens, if you would like to address the question.
Yes, I 100% agree with what Tashi, Aliam, and Marius already have said. Sometimes I feel like, to be in a shark tank, I would say, to find really the right member or staff for the company, because all of us looking for the best employees. For us and for me, it is very important that our employees they have a passion to really stay ahead of the game. So what does it mean? So it means what's going on in regulations, in technologies, industry trends, etc., marketing as well. This is important. Secondly, what I really would like to point out is they must be customer oriented. So they need to listen to our clients. So they really need to understand the needs, and so just to focus on building strong relationships. So this is from my point of view a very important, and last but not least, of course, already mentioned by my dear colleagues, it is important to train the people and also make sure that they find very good environment. What does it mean to have a right work-life balance?
Thank you. Thank you. Those things are so important when it comes to demanding industries and time that people really spend for your product and for your company. So thank you for that, Jens. Tal, if you could address quickly.
Sure. I just heard Jens speaking about work-life balance. I've been speaking with some of the guys in FinXP. I got like emails. I was sending it like 2 a.m. my time, and I was receiving in 1 a.m. your time. So I don't know how is your team's work-life balance, but I think that all of the speakers here, I've been working with our companies as clients, as lawyers, as business partners. I think that Ariel, I've been, with Alex Kaganovich. I remember like 1 a.m., 12 p.m., midnight. Everybody here with me here. Same goes with the guys with Kristaps, and so work-life balance is very, very much important. Also, Tsachi, with Asaf, I remember one of my clients worked with your team on a new white label, and you had like a deadline to get the delivery in 3 weeks. You did it even in 2 weeks. And so we all believe in work-life balance. I think it's very much important. But at the end of the day, we all run businesses. We're all CEOs, and we need to make sure that the clients are well taken care of. I know that, sometimes we all as CEOs pay the price. Sometimes the employees pay the price. We understand that. We hope that that's not a large price or a big price at the end of the day, and that we'll all have a balance. Personally, I really, I have my hobbies. I have music. I'm a foodie. So I'm trying, so Ariel is a head of affiliates, and one of its co-founders, Yoav. So you come to our office, and he's like a vegetarian friendly. So we do picnics together. So we combine the stuff and music, everything. But I think at the end of the day, when I'm looking for employees, we want them motivated. We want them loyal. We want them bright and smart and creative. This is what I like. I think it shows that in my team, we have lawyers, some of them Liachis for 11 years, Mayan 7 years, Jenna 5 years. And Emily just joined now, but hopefully will be also years with the team. And I think that shows something about us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tal. Thank you. I just want to say we really, this discussion is so interesting and we could speak all day, but unfortunately we're limited with time. And we have a lot of great questions, but I need to really keep it short. So we're going to do like a little fast forward. And the next question I'm going to ask and address everyone is, if your employees would be asked, what would they say about your management philosophy? Now I'm just going to ask each delegate to just say one, specific trait and say a few words to follow it so we can really move forward. So please, Marius, if you could start.
Yeah, sure. So I got, I'm going to probably refer to the recent feedback that I got, which is a good trait and sometimes can be my curse, but I trust the people's professionalism a lot, and I trust them to take the ball and run with it. So I think what people would say if you ask them, probably the first thing that would be that I trust and fully rely on my colleagues. So that would be number one.
I can really understand that, and hopefully in the future it will only work to your advantage. So thank you. Tsachi, if you would like to say a few words.
Thanks. I think that if you will ask our employees, they will say that the management philosophy is to be from bottom up, very much involved and connected to the business. Doesn't matter how high profile you are. And of course, without losing the strategic vision. So this is what they will say.
Thank you. I think that's so important. That's really, really, thank you for saying those words. Ariel, if you could address.
Yeah, it's a long way anyhow. Every day it's chasing another one. My philosophy, and I'm trying to convey to the rest, doesn't matter what your title is, you can contribute. That's number one. And number two, you're going to make mistakes. Just make sure you learn from it. That's the thing.
Wow, that's so important. I mean, in general in life, but obviously in a professional and competitive industry, I think that's amazing. Thank you. Jens, if you would like to say a few words.
Sure. So what I think, what they would say is that we are good listeners from the management. We have an open door philosophy and policy here. So the door is never closed, it's open. And even when we are on the phone, our employees can come in and we just discuss on the floor as well. So it's a very, very open atmosphere. So this is very, very important.
Amazing, amazing. Tal, if you could say a few words.
Sure. I think that exactly very similar to what Tsachi said. And I think that, our organization is probably smaller than Tsachi's organization. But, with my team, I think that everybody knows I very like sometimes very, very micromanagement. It sometimes sounds very inefficient, but I really like to be involved even in the small, in the micro levels of a contract, of an agreement, of a regulation, of an AML manual. But also, I like to delegate lots of the powers to the management and to the team working with me. So I think it's a combination between both. That's my philosophy, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Tal. Thank you. So we're going to move on to the final question, and this is a summary question. The question is, what are your projections and expectations for your company in this new decade? And I would love to hear a few words from everyone. And just please keep it short so we can really finish on time. Even though it's so interesting and this discussion could go on for all day. So Marius, if you could begin.
I had the whole speech prepared and now.
I'm so sorry. I really do apologize. Everyone, your words are so interesting and fascinating. And I think that's the reason this panel is so sought after, because really hearing the CEOs and understanding their views and what they believe in it's just interesting. And it gives you a whole new perspective about the industry. So I really do apologize.
That's fine. That's fine. So I think, to sum it up, the way I see it, or my challenge, or the challenge of our company, I think, right? We say that we are easy bankers, and I want to really push that, right? The way I see the financial industry and servicing gaming, for example, through what was happening throughout the last years, changing regulations and changing requirements, ever evolving requirements, and some scandals with some other financial institutions. It's a big ball of fur that is very entangled right now. So I think the projection that I see for us is we're going to build a capability, and I'm sure we can untangle the ball and make it very clear and very simple, right? A financial service is a very simple service. It should be as simple as electricity at your home. You flip the switch and then it works. You shouldn't be worrying and working for maintaining your payments and so on and so forth. So that's our objective at ConnectPay, right? Is to make it very simple for our customers and make it completely seamless, so that it's, within this highly regulated and changing environment, it has to be smooth and simple, like a very basic, commodity or a very basic service. That's my projection. That's our aspiration at ConnectPay.
I totally agree, because seeing our clients, a lot of the clients' main issue is actually Tal and I were just interviewed by a Ukrainian magazine about this specific thing where, you know, banking and compliance are the biggest issues in our industry, and it shouldn't be that way. There really is no reason. And the solutions that you, Marius at ConnectPay, and also Jens at FinXP, these are companies that are coming into a complicated industry and just making things, you know, straightforward and easy and accessible to operators and to clients all over. And I think that's amazing. So Jens, if you could say a few words following that.
Yes, but I totally agree what Mario said, and I would like just to add, so our projection is just, of course, that our clients never should think about finance or financial processes. They just should think about, oh, I have the right partner, they know who I am, and they know my business. So that is very important, and that is what we have achieved as a company for the last years. And so when I look to the next decade, I would say that we continuously will see a growth of the company because what we have experienced in the past is that exactly what we are offering is exactly what the industry is looking for.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you. Tzachi?
So Aspire Global was successful enough in the last few years, and we were able to build with our acquisitions of BtoBet as a sport platform and PariPlay as games and aggregation. We were able to build in a positive way a monster, and we are aiming to complete it by this decade and to be one of the biggest suppliers in the world. And I'm happy to say that we are on track to achieve it.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you, Tzachi. Ariel, if you could address.
Yeah, well, looking ahead in the future, I would say we grew up in a very competitive market, late to the party, that to some extent, I would say, and we built ourselves really step by step, getting to the point now that we know that we have a very solid product, strong process and procedure, and very good offering to the customers. We are very much excited to the future. Why? More territories are open. It's quite a challenge because you need to decide if you stay in your core market or you go and expand. And I think that will be the main thing for Genesis. We'll do them both. And that will be a challenge, but very exciting challenge. And I think we up to the challenge. So it's good. Very much excited.
Amazing. I feel like what you said in our industry, challenges, if you're looking at them just as challenges, there's no fun to that. If you're really taking the challenges and looking at them as opportunities, I think that's the real greatness, not only in the industry, also as a person. And I think that's an amazing answer. So thank you, Ariel. And last but not least, Tal, I would love to hear from you.
Yeah, taking a challenge as an opportunity, I think that's important. We can even see what's going on now, and I'm just taking it as an example. You know, in Curaçao, I think that there were lots of operators now putting on the head what they will do. But at the end of the day, the question is that what you want to achieve. Yeah, so I think that there are solutions for everything, payment providers for everything. And now there's Alderney, which is also coming on very strong as some kind of substitute for Curaçao. So the people are going on Curaçao and Alderney and MGA, and some taking also Scandinavian license, Danish license inside, and people are going for an UKGC, some are going on B2B, B2C. I think that the multi-license approach is something that considered itself very, very useful. Also, multi-payments approach. As you see, you can get a payment provider, an EMI. I don't really believe in brick and mortar banks anymore, except very few in Germany and very few in Singapore, which are really, really good, in my opinion. I think some of my clients work very, very satisfied from Deutsche Handelsbank in Germany and from OCBC and DBS and from Singapore. But again, it's very specific branches that are already used to work with our firm. At the end of the day, not all of them are like gaming. So we see this challenge as an opportunity to be focused, very, very, very well focused on what we do. And I think the need for very, very specific ongoing, let's say, ongoing support from legals and payments expert will go and grow and need. And, you know, we opened our firm 18 years ago. And I think that 5 or 10 years ago, there wasn't that issue with payments. I'm sure, Jens is already 15 years also in the payment industry. And, many people, I believe that already know it, that it wasn't that issue. You could open a bank for gaming operation in Lloyd's, in Camden, in UK. It wasn't that big deal. Now it became a very, very big deal. And that's where all of us come from to solve those solutions. And thanks God, we have really good solutions, all of us.
Amazing, amazing. So I want to thank everyone once again for taking part in this really fascinating discussion. I hope our viewers really got the value that I did out of this discussion. So thank you so much. And thank you again to Zoltan. I can see your face now. And I hope everybody stays safe and have a great rest of your day. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Wow, 45 minutes has gone by so fast.
Yeah.
All right, so we are now down to our final panel, which will be moderated by myself. And I would like to invite my great panelists to switch on their cameras. Domenico, do I have you here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hi, nice to see you. How are you guys?
Everything is okay here. What about
hello,
yourself?
Hello.
I'm well, thank you. Federica,
Hi,
nice to
everyone.
meet you.
Hi, Zoltan.
Lazar.
Hi, hello, Zoltan. Hello, dear panelists. How are you guys?
I think everyone is well. And since I am outside the conferences, I am connected with some of the panelists here. I see that everybody is getting in shape. In terms physically, not like myself staying on the couch. I see.
I'm sorry, Zoltan.
You are really lying here.
Yeah. you keep posting those running tracks that you keep doing,
Yes, yes.
So
I hope I inspire you guys.
Getting ready for the Ironman.
No. Ironman not this year, only next year. This year is going to be a European duathlon championship.
I understand.
Duathlon.
Wow.
There you go. Must say, very interesting background you have there.
It's somehow connected to all illegal stuff that we do.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's get started with this panel. So I have the pleasure to have with me Federica Fagiano.
Fagiano, yeah.
Yes, Chief Commercial Officer at iSoftBet. Federica, I would like to ask you to introduce yourself in a few sentences.
Yeah, of course. I'm Federica. I'm Chief Commercial Officer at iSoftBet, as you just said. And in fact, it's a new adventure that I started at the beginning of the year, 2021. I've been with iSoftBet for a long time. It's been about 7.5 years, covering multiple roles. And I've been, I think, involved with pretty much everything within the company, from account management, sales, operations, and now I'm leading those departments, which is great. So yeah, that's me. Been in the gaming industry for about 11 years now.
Okay, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Domenico Mazzola. Yes. He doesn't need no introduction. He's the commercial director at Altenar. Domenico, maybe a few sentences for those that don't know you.
First of all, I did not have the chance to congratulate Federica for the promotion with the new role.
Grazie.
Prego. And here at Altenar, we provide a fully managed sportsbook solution, and I'm leading the commercial department since the last 4 years when I joined Altenar.
Okay, and he forgot to mention that he's vegan.
Yes.
Okay. I also have here Robert Dowling, Chief Commercial Officer at Singular. Robert.
Hi, Zoltan. Hi, everybody. Hi, fellow panelists. Domenico, wow, vegan. I'm not vegan. I'm a meat eater over here. I've been with Singular since 2019. I've actually just celebrated my 3-year anniversary with the company. And
congratulations.
We do pure software supplying from a level of PAM, sportsbook, and casino aggregation as well. So we offer, we could say, a full suite of products available to the gaming industry, but purely from a software perspective.
Okay. We have a panelist missing, Sergey, but nevertheless, there's more time for us to speak. And I also have here Lazar Miucci, who is the Vice President of Strategic Partnership at Ansoft, one of our old friends from the Balkans. Could you introduce yourself? You are muted.
Sorry. Hi, Zoltan. Thank you very much for a nice introduction. I'm always happy to participate in events what you are organizing, guys. And as you said, we are friends for quite some time. Hello to all panelists. My name is Lazar Miucin. I'm coming from Ensoft, originally based in Serbia. I'm within the gaming industry for now more than 12 years already. I have started from Balkans, then moved to Baltic and Central Europe for operation and developing, and now I'm in charge for Ensoft, who is a sportsbook full managed platform provider, virtual games provider, with strong retail and growth to online with the things what we do. I hope that we will have a wonderful panel today, and guys, thank you and good luck.
There's no need for luck. There's lots of experience here. So yeah, we can get started with the discussions. The panel discussion is focusing on digitalization, omnichannel, and cryptocurrencies in the gaming industry. And we have been now over 1+ year into lockdowns, and all the participants who have joined us in the morning have heard how tight the rules were in the Baltics, where they had to shut down last year. And everywhere there has been somehow a switch from land-based industry being interested to switching to online, but they wanted to hit the ground running without any experience in that. So I will ask all you panelists to just give a few sentences about if you have seen a surge in the demand from land-based operations coming from the Baltics maybe, or beyond, and what were the main challenges when digitalizing an offline casino? I will start with Federica, go with Lazar, Robert, and Domenico, if you want to add maybe to the casino part as well.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. So I would say that in general it's been a trend, at least for the past 10 years. I mean, we've seen land-based casinos wanting to convert into online for a long time now. For sure, the pandemic, the lockdowns, the social distancing have just made this faster. So some of these land-based casinos were actually forced to move online quicker than they thought they would. Particularly in the Baltics, at least from my experience, I didn't see any extreme surge. It was a trend that already started before the pandemic, so it wasn't. I think the pandemic just sped up a little bit, but it wasn't something like extraordinary. Already with the regulation, we've seen land-based casinos wanting to go online. Challenges, there are many. If I have to think about maybe the very first one, I would say competition, being competitive. I mean, a land-based casino that wants to go online, the very first thing that I have to compete with is the online giants that are already operating in that market or in the region. So land-based businesses have to be up to it. Players online are already very much accustomed with the product offering, the gaming, the bonus system, the marketing, all around it is already driven by giants like Bet365, to say one. So it's very tough for a land-based casino to be competitive in that sense. And then also from my personal experience, one thing that I noticed, and not just for the Baltics, like in general, is that when a land-based casino wants to move online, especially within a short period of time, the very first challenge is the flexibility and the change of mindset. We're talking about operations, companies that they've been running the land-based operations for years and years and years with very well-established strategies and management, and then suddenly they have to move online, which is like these unknown new new landscape. So before they start acquiring new platforms, technologies, products, and marketing strategies, the very first thing that I have to think about is a change in mindset. And often it's very difficult, especially when there's a very established management behind it. Other challenges I can think of, obviously cross-selling, making sure that they translate their original, and perfect database of land-based customers into the online. It's a tough one. It's a very tough one because not only they have to make sure they have the right products and, they try to recreate maybe that gaming experience that the land-based player is looking for. And also making sure that they feel the same level of trust, especially when it comes to payment methods. For example, I don't know, I think it's quite common to try and recreate the same gaming experience with live casino dealers so that, the players already get a bit of the flavor of the land-based, but online. I'm not going to say what the advantages of going online are. We all know about that, but again, a land-based operation going online, I think, is facing at least these main challenges.
Okay, thank you, Federica. That's why I am so happy to have such experienced speakers on the panel, because after this answer, they would go like, I would like to add, but I'm sure that Lazar, Robert, and Domenico will add to this as well.
I would like to add, sorry for all, Federica, thank you very much for nice intro, because I will just continue, as you said, Zoltan. There is exactly one example what happened in Latvia when we are speaking about digitalization going from land-based to online, is when there was a lockdown in Latvia, exactly last year, first lockdown everywhere, they closed shops. They closed soon, after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, they did close online as well. So that is how it is growing, and it is going. Yes, it's possible, especially in Baltics. Let's speak about region. Then for them it's harder, in general for African market, etc. But when we are speaking about Baltic, that was a clear example. So they must, because of responsible gaming, to shut down as well the online operation, to stop people, to prevent them for gambling, And this is, if you ask me, exactly thing and the answer on the question, how it is going. Yes, it's going. A lot of things to be improved, a lot of things to be done. In general, our industry is crazy, like always, and all the time we are adding new content, new operations. There are new regulatives coming, like Germany opened, Sweden opened, Portugal, etc. Every time, every year, something more. And there is not enough time to be dedicated to create exact plan and to go with the plan how to grow to the online. That's the reason why we always have these challenges. But this is why this industry, iGaming industry, is, it's full of a drive. It is something that you can, I love this kind of adrenaline, let's just go, it pump your blood. Okay, it's closed, what to do? Let's invent something else. And, I'm like a Balkan person. We are like this. We are used to these kind of things, and always be prepared for something what is not expected, and just work on this. But for Baltic concretely is exact example. They are ready. They are doing it really well. It is, there is a list, and we like a platform providers, software providers are there as well to help. What as well happened probably for everyone within the industry during the COVID is that we had time to develop something, because we did not have sportsbook events. So no things like there, what is happening, no issues on sportsbook because it's not working. Okay, let's finish something what we have in our roadmap behind us, and let's compete with our competitors and see where can we be better than them, and what can we offer more, etc. So digitalization going, issues, yes, industry crazy, so we are handling it all together.
It's a good thing that we don't have Elon Musk tweeting about the gaming industry as well.
Yeah.
So,
still,
Robert,
yeah, but you are anticipating too many topics, Zoltan.
Yeah. So this is the topic of a lot of topics, a lot of panels that I think Domenico and myself have shared over the past year, and a lot of it comes from land-based operations, retail sports, and land-based casinos, brick and mortars, who have looked at online and digitalization of their products and looked at in the past and looked at it in a we are above you and things like this. These are realities. I know it sounds a bit pompous, but the reality is that the COVID shut down their operations, and there was a panic, a huge panic, I would say. And the panic started off from the brick and mortar who employ a lot of people and wanted to have business continuity. But the second panic, if you ask me, which is where most of the problems were created from, was from the regulator. There was a knowledge base in the regulator side of things that wasn't really the right knowledge base put into place. People that came from various industries that had an idea of how to build a website, let's say, were placed into positions in the casino industry where they didn't understand player responsibility. They didn't understand the way AML laws are around Europe. They didn't understand the way we do things in general. And there was a major crash to the system, I would say, where we were trying to enable or trying to help a lot of brick and mortar operators to get online without a clear understanding what the regulations were, whether the regulations were in place, and what leniencies were being given to brick and mortar. So the challenges were, apart from the discussions we've had in other panels where the knowledge base within the operators itself, the different mindset, as Federica mentioned, the different challenges of different jurisdictions, as Lazar has mentioned, there was a regulatory problem where nobody really knew exactly which is the perfect direction to go in. I'm not talking about established jurisdictions that were prepared. I'm talking about jurisdictions that realized that they were going to lose out on tax money as well, and they needed to also keep these businesses in operation due to employment, due to people working, due to not have a complete collapse of a certain industry. And these were real challenges that I'm sure that everybody on this panel has faced when dealing with different markets and different regulators who were trying to be proactive. They really were trying to be proactive, but didn't understand where they were coming from. And of course, changing the direction of regulations halfway through COVID to say this is allowed and now this is not allowed. What you invested in now has to go away because we realize this might exploit players or might not. I'm sure we've all have the same war stories from the past year. It was an interesting year. I hope we are at the end of this, let's say, roller coaster ride. But one thing I can say for certain is that the industry, the resilience of the industry is there. We can see that we are there to provide entertainment. We are there to provide even some kind of chat between people. So we have managed to get through this relatively unscathed, I would say. And now today we're in a position where land-based brick and mortar operations have started to understand the scale of what they're going into when they're doing online operations and the scalability of the product itself.
To be the devil's advocate here, it's not always about the regulator because it's politics. And this is what we heard from the regulator this morning, that in Latvia, they are thinking about introducing an alcohol ban in land-based casinos. So
yeah, so I would say the regulator because he represents the government in this case. So
yeah, exactly.
not to point fingers at governments and end up on an execution stand.
Okay, Domenico.
Well, you put me in a very easy position now because after all these fantastic contributions, I have to find something interesting to say. Well, in general, I have to say that I agree with everything that was said before. If I can bring a small example on my side, because it's connected to what especially Federica said when it comes to mindset, really and truly, we're still seeing some land-based casino operators seeing the possibility of moving online, not as, let's say, a potential opportunity, but even as a potential loss of revenues, because for certain reason they believe that, let's say, launching an online operation will subtract revenues from the land base, because the people will stay at home, will not go to the casinos, will play online, and we don't know why they believe they will lose money, which of course I disagree. So in general, we start seeing, as also Robert says, moving a little bit more these land-based casinos to the online. But again, it's not so easy to find people that have the knowledge to run a land-based casino and an online operation. And of course, if you have been hit by COVID and you have to keep your casino shut down and you don't get enough revenue, it's also easy then to hire new people to launch an online operation and to have a separate department that will take care of this new company, we can say. So there are many challenges, but as has been said, I see that many companies manage to, let's say, even get back stronger after the COVID. And because we are a young industry compared to other, let's say, other ones, we are composed by young people. We have the force, we have the enthusiasm, as also Lazar mentioned, to keep pushing and to innovate and find new solutions.
Okay, so an off-the-record question, you do not need to answer. You just nod your head up and down or left and right.
Whenever have we done that?
Once the fourth wave arrives in autumn, because it's definitely going to happen, is the industry ready? Just nod your head.
Depends on the market.
It depends on the market.
No comment.
Yes.
I think that is actually another question for another panel, I would say.
Yeah. Okay, so back to business. Omnichannel. This has been the talk for the past 10 years as well. And there are numerous talks about it. And the notion of the one wallet, which is the holy grail, especially in sports betting. Robert, Domenico, since you guys have, I think, more expertise in this, maybe Lazar can also add to it. Could you explain how the onboarding journey looks like when an operator chooses an omnichannel service, and what are the key elements to consider to which he has to look for?
Let Domenico start here.
I can. Well, in general, this is a very good question, and I think
it's always good questions from
we could have many panels to discuss this. Actually, we already had. So in general, when it comes to onboarding, first of all, it's really important to understand the business model of the customer, because there are, especially depending on the market, different approaches. There are operators that are working with shops, operators that are working with land-based casinos, operators that are working with other different approaches. So first of all, to understand the business model is the key. Then the second part is to be sure to supply to the operator the tools that are required for that specific type of operation. And third one is that the software must be flexible enough to adapt and to change during the different phases of the operations, because of course an operator can start the business in a way, and then during the years can decide maybe to adapt to a different approach or to test a different approach to his business operation. So the software must be flexible to adapt to what the customer is looking for. And then then it's not an answer, but it's a challenge, as probably Robert will agree with me, that it's not so easy to, let's say, adapt this solution then to what is necessary, and especially to keep the service that you're providing to the customer updated with what is happening around the world, especially in terms of technology, in terms of new features, in terms of new capabilities. For example, we discussed this briefly during the first round. During the pandemic, we saw, of course, many companies, especially sportsbook focused, leaving a little bit aside all the developments related to sportsbook to really push on esports and virtuals and improve that kind of offering. Is it going to last? Is it a question mark, and everybody will have his own opinion. But of course, companies must be ready to have this and to adapt fast.
Okay.
I mean, I agree with Domenico as well, and sometimes we get approached by companies with very large operations as well, for like 300, 400 sportsbook retail outlets. I mean, that is a large volume of retail outlets that would need to onboard, and obviously the retail outlets have 3 to 4 staff that are employed within the outlet, and those people have to are used to using technology that is they've been working with for 10 years. So the onboarding process will have a very slow rollout period. We'll have a period of us, number one, understanding their business model, understanding exactly what they want, and understanding whether they would like to also, in some cases, minimize their employment risk as well, where they want to say, I don't need to have 4 people within a retail shop, or I would like to be able to operate a retail shop with 1 person that is just, let's say, a supervisor to it, and have what we would call the machines, the sportsbook betting machines that are more of a, let's say, a website experience to a certain extent, and not a pure retail where you have the good old-fashioned barcode reader and cash register, cash till. I mean, sometimes people don't really realize what is the difference between either or. That it sounds land-based, but it's not. And the most important is, which something I really agree with Domenico, is understanding the business model of what the client wants, and then slowly migrating, because you do not want to affect their business from the legacy systems that they are using, maybe, or the antiquated, to more modern systems, which you have to provide training. There's 4 people within a store. Those 4 people need to know how to use the system inside out. They need to know how to address the complaints of clients, because there will be complaints. They need to understand how to actually troubleshoot, and they will have to understand how to make sure that the client is satisfied as much as possible. And ultimately, you need to also realize that the software itself sometimes is not as easy to use. So people need to have the training would take sometimes a matter of a week or 2 weeks, because you need to have repetitive training with these people. And that is obviously very resource intensive. So the onboarding system doesn't look like, oh, they've chosen our product, we've signed with them, here's the product, thank you very much, here's the software, install it into your unit, and off you go. Sometimes you look at a rollout of a project that will last a period of 6 months to a year, if not 2 years, depending on the volume of stores. Obviously, with digitization of everything, things are becoming a bit more easier, things are becoming a bit more, let's say, streamlined, but the complexities of this are there, obviously, and they're not easy. I'm sure Lazar has something to put punch onto this as well, because it is very much down Ensof's streak to do something like this.
Thank you, Robert. Yes, of course I have. I think that I will just add, because you said a lot, guys, and I will just add that first, Ensoft is has a manufacturing of self-service betting terminals. I'm speaking about hardware plus software as well. And what happened in the past year? Every time it was good, and we had some producing for the year. But from the past year, from the beginning of COVID until now, the number of producement is 450% more than it was before COVID and pandemic started. Why? Exactly what Robert was just mentioning now. You have to be careful to approach on a different way, etc. Why are self-service betting terminals the right solution? Is because that you can put them firstly into the shop. Okay, the second way, on the second topic, you are removing or you are helping with your manpower inside the shops. But the third thing is that you are on slow level or easily educating your players how to grow to online or how to self-service them. That means to play the online. And I believe, and we were speaking before last year on some panels, how, for me, the SSBTs or terminals are something, are something that is future, how to fully digitalize it into the online. That does not mean that we will close shops, I believe never, especially in Balkans. I have to say, you know, if you went to Riga sometimes in your life and what you can see, if they will close, it will be crazy, catastrophic, because a lot of people are employed there. So I believe that all the time it will exist, just online will grow, especially on this way. What is good with self-service betting terminals or terminals in general with full software solution is that you can put them on gas station, you can put them into some corner shop or something like this, and on that way you can bring it more and easier without any losses and just improvements of the business, increase the revenues and digitalize in that case.
Thank you for reminding me of the name, self-service betting station. I couldn't come, it couldn't come, you know, when something you forget about something. But I agree with Lazar as well. The community as well behind the land-based, let's say, betting shops. We talked about this in the past on other panels where we said that there is, and we all agreed that there is as well a bit of a community and a bit of a feeling of belonging to, as opposed to just going on a Bet365 of this world, which is a company based in the UK, let's say, where you're just placing your bet. The land-based is there, will stay, and will never cease to exist.
Yes, okay. It's a social a social gathering that you go there, you enjoy some beers with your friends, and you play some bets all together.
And if they're with Manchester City, just take the piss.
Yes.
Yeah, but millennials don't like to do that. And which leads me to my next question, Federica. So you guys are slot games provider, which is a really cool thing in the millennial generation, and it's mostly played online. So we've seen that you guys have some clients in the Baltic region where we covered some of your press lists, but I would like to know what makes your offering attractive or more attractive than the other slots providers.
Sure. I mean, we are a software provider. We are a slots provider more than anything else. And I can tell you that obviously the first thing is that the content is key, the choice of content, the variety, differentiation is definitely very important. So how can we be competitive in certain regions, especially in the Baltics, is to give enough choice to all of our operators and customers and make sure that what we produce for them fits their players' tastes and fits the market preferences. And how do we do that? I can talk for Isobet, of course. I don't want to talk for other online slot providers, but what we do is that we have a great team of game producers. They're all highly professional. They're super passionate. They are players themselves, so they know exactly what they want to do and they enjoy playing the game. So that's really, really important because it puts the players at the heart of everything we do. So when we produce a new game, we firstly think, are the players going to like this or not? Is it not just something that's going to be profitable or super you know, with the amazing graphics and look, but maybe the game doesn't do well. And why is that? It's because we really try to understand what is the drive of the game, the players. So the players need to like it mostly and firstly. So yeah, the great experience that we have in creating the games, we want to create an amazing gaming experience. So that means that, you know, we want to give the players what they want. There's something interesting that we added recently, in fact, is a new service that we provide, which is a full customization tool. So most of our games can be fully customized, which means that a casino can add the logo brand onto the game, which is like the most basic thing that we can do, up to a complete full reskin. So that means that every single element of the game can be changed over the same math model. You can change the graphic assets, you can change the sound, the animation, the theme changes, everything. So that fits perfectly what the operator is looking for. We are cooperating already with quite a few customers of ours. One of them is exactly from the Baltics. I cannot reveal, however, and we're going to be releasing a customized game for them, which they think will suit perfectly their players' demand. And this is key, right? We want to give the players what they want. For us, I think this comes after a long analysis and understanding of how we can tackle different markets at different regions and players' tastes. It's very difficult for an online gaming provider, especially when we are competing in a market like the Baltics that has been dominated for many years from like giants of the land-based casinos like EGT and Novomatic. So unless you have something that looks exactly like that, it gives the players exactly the same experience, it's a tough job. So what we're trying to do is trying to give players something that they like, even if it's not that. I can also think of elements that are external of the game itself. So obviously, as a slot providers, yeah, differentiation is good, but on top of it, we have engagement player tools. And these are really important because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, you might have amazing games, but the players don't quite buy into it. They don't want to try them. They don't feel like they might like them. So you have to entice them. And we have come up, like many other providers, of course, with different strategies and different gaming tools that you can use as an operator to drive players to play our games. You know, free spins is the most basic ones, but we have tournament systems, jackpots, all sort of engagement tools that can be tailor-made for the market, for the operator, for the player itself. So this is how we're trying to tackle the industry, and it's working well. I mean, in the Baltics, it's not super difficult for us because our slots are very successful, and I think part of it is because of what I just said. We try to give the players what they want.
Okay. Thank you so much. This hasn't been a sponsored question, by the way.
I said I can talk about Isobet, but in fact, I'm sure that many others of the providers are doing the same or trying to do the same.
Lazar. I think he froze.
The first time, it's not paid, but for the first time, Nsoft is going to be a slot game provider as well.
Oh.
And this is something where we have entered last year, of course, and preparing the same, because I'm into casinos more than for the others for my past. So we will see. You will see probably. I hope that we will all cooperate.
So before we move on to mobile gaming, esports, I want to throw a curveball at you guys. About the payments and crypto gaming and stuff like that. Since we have Robert is already okay. So we have seen a lot of regulations tightening around regulated markets, like we've seen in the UK, where last year they restricted credit card payments for gambling, and this has somehow pushed the gaming industry to crypto. Where it's most probably a much easier solution. And this is somehow improved the process for operators and gaming experience of players, because the fast withdrawals have appeared just like that. So when we talk about the payment industry, I just want to invite somebody on screen, because I know we have him some here. I think Kristaps is he's the right person to ask, because there's no better industry expert on payments in the Baltics, because they won the Baltic Awards 2 times. So Kristaps, are you here? Can you hear us?
Yes, I am. Hi.
Okay, so what is your opinion about the rise in demand of acquiring crypto gamblers? We've seen that the regulation in the Baltic doesn't allow you. I think just Estonia has just recently started exploring this. But has there been a rise in your clients?
Yeah, I mean, certainly we're seeing a quite large influx of crypto-related companies that especially are trying to process payments for, the gaming gambling ecosystem. At the same time, I feel like there's such a rush into crypto that we sometimes forget there's also, traditional rails, and there's a lot of improvements happening overall in, in Swift payments and SEPA payments. So these are, the more traditional kind of flows. So for example, with Swift, there's Swift GPI that's coming out, that's instant payments for, foreign currencies that are non-Euro, and as well as Euro has the SEPA instant functionality that's quite appealing to some of our clients. So what we do, and what you heard in the previous session by bearded colleague Marius, basically, we try to focus on what the clients need, and without looking at crypto, which often, it's a whole different issue when you want to look at compliance, when you want to get onboarded by banks. It's really, really difficult as soon as you mention crypto, right? Even today, when you see Ethereum and Bitcoin blowing through the roof, and you have Elon talking about that, that's great. But concentrating on the traditional ways, you have such new innovations like payment initiation. I mean, I know it's been here for a while already, but it's only picking up steam. And from what we hear from our clients, for example, they have huge pain points in fraud, in cash flows, in costs. For example, card acquiring rates are just extortionate. And then you're not even talking about the geographical habits, right? In Scandinavia, no one's gonna use cash anymore. Cards are also on the way out. People are using bank transfers because it's quick and easy. So that's where I think there's a lot of room, without really spending so much time on the crypto side, focusing a little bit on what exists and trying to work in that ecosystem. Because honestly, unless you're, Beta and some of these larger operators that have huge treasuries, when you're looking at having to freeze your cash flow with traditional type slow payments, and if you would convert into those instant payments with the payment initiation, whatnot, then you could even accelerate your business a bit more there, and devote more time and money on marketing, for example, as well, and on the software.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to jump in a little bit, because I did spend some time working in payments as well, and working with platforms. We generally tend to be, a lot of our work is integrating payment methods. And I'd like to identify that there's two basic payment methods at the end of the day. One is the traditional good old fashioned credit card payment method and debit card, and the other one is alternative payment methods. There's two separate things. One of them, just for people, one of them basically goes straight into your wallet, your online wallet, which is your gambling wallet. The other one goes into another wallet that is then instantly transferred within your wallet. I mean, those are the simple things, and those are the products that people are using to kind of move away from, let's say, the systems where people are not allowing 7995 coding for credit card payments, and the domestic banks are not allowing that, not allowing punters to deposit money. But casino industries or any other industry needs to get money in. If you don't get money in, you don't make a profit. That is the number one rule of any gambling operation: is, are there the payment method? Can I enter this market? Yes. Is there legislation? Yes. Are there payments met? The third question isn't, are there slots? Is there sports? The third question is, are there payment methods for that market? It is one of the third most important question to actually ask. And today we are seeing a shift towards a mentality, I would say, not exactly a real drive, a mentality of people wanting to go towards crypto payments. Because let's be honest, you switch on the news, you switch on Bloomberg, you switch on everything, all you hear is Bitcoin is now at 60,000 euros, Ethereum is now at 5,000. It's kind of a hype as well. But is it a hype? Is it here to stay? That is the biggest question we need to ask. And the only way I can see cryptos becoming part and parcel of the way payments are handled for gaming is, number one, is that they are regulated properly. You cannot have any payment method that is not regulated, if you ask me. It should be regulated, people should be protected. So far, it is still there. Cryptos are starting to become regulated, starting to be respected, let's say, but you still don't have them as a major currency, that they are not looked at as a major currency. And the second part as well is the volatility side of things. So if I'm a platform, I'm going to have liquidity. I'm going to have my player liquidity is going to be held at me. Is the player going to have to convert his liquidity in Bitcoin or in Ethereum, whatever he's using, into a fiat currency to then be able to play the games that Federica will supply in fiat? Or is it going to be throughout the whole thing, the currency of crypto is going to be across the board? So sports betting will be in crypto, the slots will be in crypto. So there's no actual transaction. If that starts to happen, then the volatility becomes there's no ambiguity at all. But today you're sitting down with Ethereum having been 1,500 last week and 4,000 this week, I think. That's 100% increase in volatility. Now in casino, you have a 3% margin to 4% margin. You cannot cater for that kind of volatility or a currency. You need something that is stable. And that is where the problem lies with regards to taking in the money, holding liquidity, settling your vendors, if you're going to be settling them in cryptos as well, and obviously paying out to the customer. Till when all that is figured out, I don't see cryptos becoming part and parcel of the gaming industry. It needs to be, this is how we do this. If we're going to be transacting a crypto, the player can choose at the beginning, I want to do only crypto. Okay, so this platform has a distributed ledger, it can handle cryptos. Let's move forward, which by the way we do. And to be able to do this as a future-proof product, or to be able to have cryptos within the gaming industry operation, there has to be a linear approach. It cannot be boom, 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 boom.
So at the moment, sorry, Christoph, at the moment, so it's basically a selling point to acquire more players.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, I just wanted to add that, I mean, crypto has its space because there's plenty of markets, for example, where, you know, traditional banking can't get into. And so in these edge cases, crypto is the de facto way of how some of these larger organizations are able to operate in those environments without having, you know, to worry about that their payments are going to get blocked from day to day. So yes, where you have those small margins, it still makes sense to move towards crypto, obviously, you know, and full requirements and all that, but where the traditional rails are not as well established or have been cut off, for example.
But I would like to say, move away from the word crypto and say the actual word blockchain, because actually I think the blockchain technology is what we need to adapt as opposed to the actual currencies.
Okay, so a question for all panelists.
I have just to add something, please, if I may. I will be fast, but we don't have Sergey, so we have time. Exactly what you said, Rob. I just wanted to add this, what gaming industry must do. I believe that, for an example, all of us together, we can do it, or we can start it. For an example, is go to blockchain, create e-gaming token and connect it with a currency like dollar or euro, and put it, you know, with that stabilization on this kind. When players will play, they will buy these tokens, which will be
stable coin.
Stable coin. Thank you very much. This is what we must do if we want to put it like worldwide, fully expansion, not like this hype trend what is here. I have it for later, so I will not take any more time for this. I have it for later, one page of speech, so we will speak and continue, I believe. I'll be fast.
So we hosted a quarterly meetup 2 weeks ago for the Gaming Americas, where we had a panel discussion in North America about the payments industry, where we had representatives from Visa. And the part was mentioned because that panel discussion came right after a regulation panel discussion, that payments are a vital part of the industry. So without the payments industry, there wouldn't be any gambling industry, right? So I think we can all agree on this.
I think without the payments industry, there wouldn't be any e-commerce whatsoever.
Exactly. So some of the innovation that came in the payments industry are thanks for the gaming industry, because somehow they have connected in a way.
Some people might beg to differ.
We had to find a fast solution, you know.
Yeah,
I mean,
go ahead.
We internally actually talk, and this is the whole industry, right? About payments. It's like a utility in a way. It's like you're providing a necessity like water or oil. Even it's no joke that everyone uses flows, volumes. Basically, it's these kind of metaphors that are, you know, looking at water because it's so crucial. I mean, there's just no way around it.
I believe that the porn industry created the online payments, right? There was also,
Well, actually, Elon was one of the ones that went into the porn at first, enabling their payments.
Okay, so we move on from the payments, because I think this subject can be discussed for hours.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so mobile gaming. So regulation hasn't made things easy for both operators or suppliers during the past year. And I think that this will go on for the next year as well. So especially in the Baltic region, because we have seen that there have been lots of lockdowns there, including the online sector. So either way, the demand for online entertainment is at its highest rate. So are the operators ready for the summer period when all the excitement moves away from the comfort of your home to outdoors, to beach, to parks? So has the industry adapted to mobile? That's my question, because there are still many operators that haven't yet adapted.
I don't think that, sorry, I just jumped in. I don't think that there has been a huge shift to desktop though during COVID. I think people still picked up their mobiles while watching a football game at home, drinking a beer at home, and still played on their mobile. There was a shift from land-based to online, let's say, but there wasn't a shift from desktop to mobile. I didn't see any change at all in that.
Let me rephrase it. You go out on the beach, you have all these sights to see. What will a drive be for the player to keep them entertained on their mobile? So does the industry have any answers when it comes, because people have been locked down in their homes and now want to go outside, right? So they will not stay a lot on their mobile, just maybe take a photo, post it on Facebook. But does the industry have any engagement that they can provide for the player?
I think we should be talking to operators here about that.
Hey, you as software providers.
Yeah.
I think no, sorry, Robert. I
No,
totally agree with you. I think this is more a question for operators, because from a software provider point of view, there's no question. I mean, any game that you can play on desktop, you can play on mobile. And if you ask me, they look even better on mobile, because when we create games, we keep the mobile mindset in our, in our strategy. And especially for the Baltic region, which is what we're here to discuss mostly, something that we noticed, obviously, for our database is that over 83% of the players are playing on mobile, which is a fairly high percentage compared to other markets, which are, a little bit over 70%. And I think it's mostly due to the fact that, obviously, being mostly a slot provider, and our slots appeal to a certain age branch, then there are younger people play mobile for sure. But another interesting insight is that a lot of the let's say older generations have moved straight to mobile. They don't even know how to operate a laptop. They just have a mobile phone, a smartphone, and that's all they do on it. So I think it's easier, in fact, to get traction on a mobile than on a laptop. I'm looking at, my parents. My mom doesn't even know how to operate a laptop, and she's 60 something, and she's a master of the mobile phone. So if she decides to play online casino games, for sure she's going to do it on the mobile, and then it's very convenient everywhere. I mean, with full internet connection across the globe, there's nothing to stop anyone to play. So again, from a software capacity point of view, for me, there's no question. It's a matter of the operators, whether they have optimized their mobile app or their mobile interface, but that's another story. But I'm sure that if they haven't done it so yet, they are on track to do it.
I'd like to change your question a bit, Zoltan, though, because
I guess I'm old school then, because I like to use my laptop.
No, but okay, the first thing, I agree with Federica completely. Even my mother does not know how to use the laptop I got her, but she can Skype and Zoom and everything on her mobile phone. No WhatsApp and send photos, no problem. But I told her, let me show you how to do this on the laptop, no way. But what I wanted to say is, like, even today you're seeing lots of slots vendors creating their games in portrait mode to be able to be more mobile friendly and everything. But maybe what the question should be to people that are sitting over here, because we're all technology guys here, at the end of the day, is how have you dealt with the new changes that are the new mobile regulations that came in from both App Store and Play Store?
Oh, yeah.
Which has been a massive challenge, I think, for everybody over here. And that might be, from our end, we're not ready on that. We haven't finalized it, I'll be honest about it, but we're getting there. But it is very difficult for a sportsbook to actually create a proper native app that is within the new requirements, that everything has to be within there. Even from a slots company, I would imagine, for having the RNG within the mobile app is a nightmare to try and figure that one out.
Yeah, it's true. I guess for us, I mean, I'm going to generalize a little bit
Yes, go
here,
ahead.
but I think it's slightly easier for a slot provider compared to a sportsbook provider that have to have more information than just a game and reels and spinning buttons. And so how we do this is that obviously there's a combination of responsibilities both on the operators and provider side, but how we generally overcome these issues is with internal widgets. They are able to display certain information even within a very small space. So we are working on it. We already have some of the solutions in place, and we're always looking to improve it.
Domenico, would you like to take this answer?
Yes. Well, this is actually a very, no, I will not say it's an interesting question, but I already said that. But yes, Robert raised an interesting point, and we are working on that as well, because of course we are seeing some situation, especially on our side, is slightly different, because really and truly, as we are a surely, let's say, sportsbook supplier, we should rely on the platform that is using and integrated our sportsbook, and technically this should be on their side. What we are trying to do is something slightly different. So we are trying to create the whole environment on our side, and also to create some kind of adapter that will work and give the possibility to operator to use our native app even with different platform providers. Yeah. So this is our current challenge in order to offer something that I'm not so sure other sportsbook suppliers have.
I haven't really met anyone that, I mean, we're facing great difficulties with this. This is me being openly on the panel. I think it's a challenge that 2020, apart from COVID and all that, but the extension from Apple was nice. Of course, the 6-month extension till September. But it still is a challenge that every person I speak to in the sportsbook industry is finding a challenge. Yes. Purely based on, in the past, we had a simple wrapper, or you had a native app that took all the data from your back office, let's say. But in this case, it's just the way they're wanting to package it and everything. I don't even know whether it would make commercial sense to follow it through, because today we're looking at a world where most of our websites, I think every single one of us, has what you'd call a responsive front end. So you can go on your mobile and access a mobile version, let's say, but isn't a native app. Although some operators do insist that it has to be a native.
But I have some points on that because I'm receiving requests as well from operators requesting a native app, and the point is that. As also, I will change the name that Federica used. I will call more expert players. They are used to have, and now they rely on having an app on the device, and for them to understand that they can go to Chrome, create a favorite that can be, let's say, put also on the desktop of the mobile and use it as an app. They're not so
science fiction.
Lazar, how are you guys dealing with this problem?
We did it before. We have it from the beginning, but that was a requirement from a customer that was used. We don't have so many customers using full native solution. What we do have, I'm not a guy who will favorize the native apps. Yes, of course, there are benefits, a lot of things there. But the most important for the players is one, what Domenico just said, is like, okay, to be something on my home screen of my phone. But the second thing is just the notifications, what you can and how you can communicate. For desktop is okay, but desktop is dying. In that case, we were speaking, for example, Balkan is 90%, 92% is mobile. 8%, I don't know, probably testers are testing, and sports betting, it's different story. That's how we solved it and resolved it. But I'm cheering from an, let's say, software provider side, always, not like a player. The best solution is what I wanted to say for mobile ready, what you Zoltan firstly asked is, are we ready? Yes, software providers are ready. What I saw like changes is better mobile view or mobile first design, what software providers did, what they did not have before. This is what happened.
User experience.
User experience. So it is better, it is coming. So that means for me, it's perfect to use mobile version, what we spoke. That's great. But what I wanted to add for your first question, but Rob changed it and changed it in a good way, because it's a huge challenge. And there are no developers who can develop for every one of us native iOS application. This is a problem, but this is good because for outsourcers or whatever, what is for this year, for summer, there is Euro happening, Wimbledon, Roland Garros. Sports betting is at least fishing bite for someone, but still it is huge everywhere in the world. It will stay and remain huge. It will maybe be changed on something, but this is why summer will be good. In all our industry, we have all the time seasonability. For the summer, everything goes down, no events, but then casino grows up, and then everything continue growing up from September, etc. It's a good topic, so this is how we resolve it. We have a solution. But I cheer for mobile version, no application. Safari and Chrome, please help us with good notification system on mobile, the versions, please.
Okay, since we still have 10 minutes, I want to talk about esports, virtual sports, and also go back to crypto. So esports has been fastly growing. Everybody knows it. Domenico mentioned it already in one of his answers. Back to the Baltic region. How popular is esports in this region? Does any of you have any? I think Lazar has some, and Robert too.
Yes.
And what are the demographics? Where does the industry fit in?
I will take just from statista.com. I was reading and I'm following, etc. Let's speak about the sports, like fastest growing sport. Popularity is crazy. Let's say that in Lithuania, there was 500,000 population involved in video gaming online, playing video gaming online. 400K of them were in somehow related with esports, playing, earning money, creating tournaments, etc. Demographic is between 80 to 34 years, which is and the population is around 32% from whole Lithuanian population were involved into esport. And guys are all the time, we have masters of League of Legends already season 5 happening in Baltics, etc., etc. So it's crazy thing. Esports will just increase, but I'm connecting this to Gen Z and to millennials. Let's speak more about Gen Z because it's something that is going to come. Millennials are already here.
They're already old.
Yes, they're already old. We have kids, and my.
Okay.
Mine as well, Lazar.
Mine. We have kids. Life is over.
Okay, Robert, you wanted to add something until Lazar comes back?
As another Generation X. Hi, he's back. Lazar, you want to continue?
Because you continue. I will add later. No. Sorry, I don't know what happened.
No. I mean, esports. It is, yes. The demographics are there. The fastest growing sport in the world, the fastest growing ambition in the world. I would also say from a betting standing, but. Judging by my clients or our clients, yes, there's an importance in wanting to add providers like Odin and other data feed providers for esports, and I'm still not sure whether it is being used as an acquisition tool or a moneymaker. I haven't yet really seen real numbers on esports gambling, esports betting, but what I saw the other day, which was a really interesting project, would be when you start seeing peer-to-peer betting on esports, which is something that I thought was very, very interesting as well, and these are different ways where you're starting to see that an industry is actually starting to evolve, where an industry is starting to change their dynamics from just offering a simple sports book to actually starting to create exchanges or different ways of gambling. And that shows you that Generation Z, who is probably the people coming up with these different ideas, will want to change the way we do sports betting and will want to change the way things are happening. I'm a Generation X. I don't see it. I don't understand it 100%, and I will admit it. I still believe that soccer and rugby and basketball will remain our biggest markets, tennis as well. But I'm happy to be proven wrong because we are investing in esports. We're looking for it as a future. But let's see. I think it is still early though.
Lazar?
Yeah, I will just add. This is what I wanted to say. So all the things are related to Gen Z because millennials are already old, and you know, they will tomorrow live with cryptos and only mobile payments, only new technologies in their hands. How they will fast resolve it? What they need, if you compare it, you know, I will compare it always with live events on sportsbook. Together with blackjack or let's say table games, and together with something what is fast resolving, virtual sports. I don't like them, but you know, they're fast resolving. That is what's going to become popular. Why slots are growing? They were before growing, now as well, and it will continue. It's fast resolvement, and this is exactly what is going to happen in future. For the things I wanted to mention, Super League, you know what happened, and they tried to do something. But they were speaking about that they will put a match to be 60 minutes, not 90 minutes, because of generation coming. They cannot watch the 90 minutes to happen something.
I think Generation Z all have ADHD.
I hope that they revolutionize Formula One as well. Because
yes,
it has been boring for the past 5 years.
I agree.
Yeah. Robert tends to disagree.
Just on a personal level. I'm a Ferrari fan and it has been...
No comment then. I think it's better.
Okay. Federica, would you like to add to this, Domenico, to the esports part?
Yes, well, as I said before, really and truly, it really depends also on the market and on the region, because for example, how easy it is to have an internet connection is already something that make a huge difference, because of course these are, as Lazar said, fast games. So in order to play with these games, you need to have internet connection. You cannot go to a shop. A funny story, a funny theory is that one of the reasons why virtuals are so popular in Africa, for example, is because you don't know if the shop is going to be there next day. So you go to the shop, you place, instead of waiting until tomorrow to get the result of the football match, you place the bet on the virtual, and at least you know in a couple of minutes if you will get the money or not. So there are several aspects to be considered. I can see also, for example, that my son does not like to play video games. He prefers to see other people playing video games. This drives me crazy because I grew up playing with video games. But of course, we have to adapt and we have to understand that things are changing. So really and truly, in my opinion, personally at least, I'm not so sure how these things will evolve, because we are in the middle of a change. We are seeing now, as was said before, let's say, I will not mention crypto, but we say blockchain is entering on the scene on different aspects, but still, in my opinion, too early, even though it's full of people going there and promoting just probably to get some side profits. And that's it. I mean, this is what I wanted to add.
Federica?
I mean, it's not my area of expertise. I've just been watching the evolution of this new branch of the industry, and me too. I'm quite uncertain how it's going to evolve, but it's highly interesting for sure.
Okay, so this will be my final question then for everyone. Any closing remarks about what to expect this year in terms of omnichannel digitalization and of course also at crypto blockchain? Let's start with Federica.
what's to come? I think even and I hope after the end of the pandemic, there's not going to be a change in trend. I mean, the trends I think now are set. They're just going to continue. They're going to get stronger, especially for the gaming industry. And that's my expectation, just very simply.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go next?
Well, in general, if I can jump to the answer, I would say that I agree with Federica that I'm not expecting many big changes, because basically we were discussing last year, more or less it was during this period of time, that the world was going to end, or people were going to change. But then this not happened, because if we exclude the fact that now we have in some countries wear a mask when we go outside, the moment the restaurants opened, the moment things were back to kind of normality, people they just came back to what was their habits.
It's like the fifth end of the world that we
Yes, well, probably because fortunately the pandemic, or at least the main problems, did not last for probably we in order to change drastically, you need a little bit more time. So, and also because I'm a positive person, I believe that we will not see huge differences compared to what we were used before. Of course, there will be some small adaptations, let's call it in this way, but we see. Regarding crypto, well, I mean, we are hearing one day, yes, and when I know that Elon Musk, because you mentioned before, or other prominent people in other industry are talking about the cryptos, investments, and we are seeing that is, in my opinion, is still too volatile. And one day you can buy a Tesla with bitcoins. The second day, we discover that bitcoins is consuming too much energy, so we change our idea. Let's go to Dogecoin, and you can go to Mars now with Dogecoin. So there are many rumors, and at the end of the day, because I wanted to add this before, but I took it for the last comment. Cryptos in gaming, but general cryptos will be successful and will be useful, let's put it in this way, the moment it will be allowed to use it every day. The moment I will be allowed to pay my employee
in crypto,
but the moment my employee will manage to use the crypto to go and buy an apartment, to buy a car, not a Tesla, or let's say to go to the supermarket, then will be the game changer.
Become part of our lives, yeah.
At the moment, it's not possible, because even if I decide to collect crypto for my company, what to do with that? I have to, I cannot be 100% fully based on accepting cryptos, because then it will be expose me to a risk, because it's like trading.
It is available though now. A company called Salamander were issuing credit card POS machines, which they tried to have them. The technology hasn't yet been adopted everywhere, obviously.
Yes, but Rob, they tried to have the same experiment here in Malta with the crypto ATM, and we know how it ended up.
It didn't work at all.
So when I don't say that it will never work, I say that today it's not working yet.
Yes.
So is it going to work in 1 year, in 2 years, in 10 years? You will have, let's say, many opinions. People that are working in the industry, they will say that it's already here because they want to go to the moon. And some others will say, it's too early. I am on the opinion that it's too early.
Going to the moon. Okay. Robert or Lazar, let's see.
Let me go. So I have my predictions for what's the summer or what's the future. There's two of them. One of them is a bit scary from my end, which is where I see governments looking at our industry as being more of a cash cow, especially after having spent the past 2 years spending money on salaries and mortgages and things like this, and vaccines. Obviously, they start saying, okay, let's increase taxes to these guys. These guys are making lots of money. So that is one of the things that I fear coming forward. But I can also say that due to the people not having spent so much money on holidays and other things, I do think there's going to be a very big consumer boost in the next, let's say, year, because people have sort of saved money. People that have been working remotely or have not been spending as much money as they would have before. So there's about a bit of accumulated wealth. With regard to cryptos, I agree with Domenico, as we are not there yet. We are not exactly there. But also, I'd like to talk about maybe the spike that we saw happening in the past year and a half. And you could really, as much as I'd like to read into it and saying the technology, the this, that, the other, there was also a feeling of everybody wanting to believe in something is doing good. People needed a bit of positivity. Exactly. And people were investing in Bitcoin and XRP and this and that and the other, and things were going up. So it's like kind of a false, I mean, please don't quote me on this, and my crypto friends are going to murder me for saying this, but it's like kind of a false economy to a certain extent, to be able to keep some kind of positivity within society, let's say, as it is. And there were lots of pushes, like, for example, the GameStop issue that happened and everything. There were lots of pushes that made certain currencies explode. I'm not going to say Bitcoin, I'm going to say other currencies that exploded and collapsed and exploded again. And it just kept money moving between people, and it kept the industry going around. I mean, but all in all, I would say that we are in a year where we're going to see the biggest sporting event that we've had in 3 years, which is the Euros coming up. We have, hopefully, Japan might pull off the Olympics. We have Wimbledon coming up. There's a lot of things happening this year. So all in all, the outcome looks like maybe we are going to be having a good ending to 2021.
And Rob, who is going to win the Euro Cup then?
Huh?
Who is going to win the Euro Cup then?
Malta, obviously. Come on, we'll just bribe the ref and bribe the committee.
Which sport?
No.
Which sport?
Forget that. We'll just get in there. We'll bribe the ref, bribe the committee, and then just give us the trophy because we're so
Let's
cool.
make the bet. Let's make the bet who will win Euro now. If I may add, Zoltan, I will be really short. What I will just add to what Guy said is I'm expecting just to continue, the operators to continue to grow like this and do digitalization through SSBTs and educate more people to grow to online. That's all what I have to add. For crypto, we already have said everything, and I believe France will going to win Euro, so we can place a bet later. I will leave you here. So that's all.
Okay. Domenico, how many kilometers are you going to run today? Or you already
I went in the morning for training, no running, just exercise.
Robert, you exercising?
I have only just started my regime every day, so I'm trying to do 5K a day.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Federica, are you also working out?
Yeah, I'm trying to always have my 15,000 steps a day.
Oh,
sometimes good. I do it, sometimes I don't, but that's my goal.
Lazar? No
like
comment?
Always.
It's important to keep the work-life balance, like the panel before us mentioned. So with this, I would like to end this conference on a high note. Thank everyone on YouTube. We still have 200 people here watching us. Thank you, everyone. And we will see you on the 28th of May for Prague Gaming Summit, 10th of June for the second quarterly meetup at European Gaming, 22nd of June for Gaming Summit North America. We will be online all the time.
Yes.
So have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you so much.
When is the next real summit? Face-to-face?
March 2022.
Maybe something before. Guys, thank